Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. It's been a deadly few days in Baltimore. We're going to take a look at the gruesome crime that we saw over the weekend and the impact of all of it. Plus, Democratic candidate for governor Wes Moore addressing some of Baltimore's biggest problems, what he's saying about vacant homes and why he says Republican Dan Cox wasn't there. And Election Day, November 8th, the key dates you need to know. Good morning to all of you. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for waking up with us on this Monday, October 17th. Let's see how this new week is shaping up. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers back with us this morning. Welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back, Megan. Yeah, not too bad right now. Numbers are in the 50s. I'm telling you, tomorrow morning, way different and much colder as we've got a big cold snap that is on the way later this week. Looking at our Towson cam right now, everything is looking good and mainly dry. We've got a few clouds kind of hanging around, and those clouds will build here throughout most of the morning into the afternoon. May see a stray shower or two. Mid to upper 50s for Cockeysville and Towson right now, straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. We're at 56 in Rosedale. So the weather story looks like this: mostly cloudy and cooler. We will see the potential of a few showers later today, and then, as I mentioned, much colder on Tuesday. Overall, your morning drive looking good. Mainly cloudy skies, temperatures in the mid to upper 50s through the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Now, we've got your drive times pulled up. Looking great in the green here this morning with no major issues to report. It is 4:31 and we begin in a city in crisis. This work week kicks off after a violent weekend in parts of Baltimore City. Take a look at this map. 5 people have been shot since Friday night. 2 of them died just after 11 yesterday morning. Police say they found a body burning in East Baltimore. It is now being investigated as a homicide, and it comes after a violent week last week. From Sunday, October 9th through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot. 5 of those victims died. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it is once again outpacing last year. Olivia Dance will join us at 5 this morning with a closer look at the recent outbreak of violence and what this means for the city. Well, along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open air drug markets. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is not prosecuting many of these crimes, calling them low level. Now Ivan Bates, the city's likely next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed. He sat down with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation. And then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Bates also telling Fox 45 News he plans to get squeegee kids off the corners, saying it is not safe for drivers or for the squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But again, if it doesn't work, he will prosecute. Bates admitting he disagrees with Mayor Scott about the laws on the books. The mayor saying that squeegeeing is protected speech. He also told us one of his top priorities is making sure he and the mayor are on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor several questions about those policies, including, does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crime needs to happen? And has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? Will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we have not yet heard back. We will continue, though, to press the mayor for answers in the week ahead. 4:34 and developing now. Authorities are investigating the death of a detainee at Baltimore Central booking as a homicide. Police say the 34-year-old died last Sunday. The Maryland Department of Safety and Correctional Services is now working with the state's attorney's office to investigate this death. Parts of Druid Hill Park and nearby roads, including the JFX, are back open now after they were closed so police could investigate a suspicious item. Police say they were first called about the item around 11 yesterday morning. The Baltimore City Fire Union says the fire department and local hazmat helped with the investigation, which ended by 4 yesterday afternoon. Fox 45 News is working to find out what this suspicious item was. 4:35 and turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, a conversation with one of the candidates for Maryland governor about his plans for Baltimore. The faith group Baltimore's United in Leadership Development, or BUILD, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. The group tells Fox 45 News that Dan Cox had agreed to attend but then canceled yesterday morning. Meanwhile, Wes Moore says that he has plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas and the communities and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Wes Moore says that Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump. The former president is hosting a fundraiser for Cox today at his Mar-a-Lago resort. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Nationally, a new poll has Republicans taking control of the House after the November midterms. The latest CBS Battleground Tracker poll predicts Republicans will snag 224 House seats compared to 211 for Democrats. Still, the poll finds that the Republican-led lead has narrowed over the last two polls in September and in August. It says that Republicans have been able to win voters who prioritize the economy, but they haven't been able to grow their share of voters. Democrats, meanwhile, have been able to grow the number of people who prioritize abortion issues. Well, here are some of the key dates to mark down on your calendar here. November 8th, that is Election Day. Early voting opens October 27th, and it runs through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. The Ravens blow yet another fourth-quarter lead, and this time it happened against the New York Giants. The Ravens taking a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter when Lamar Jackson connects with Mark Andrews there. But mistakes down the stretch cost them a win. Jackson with 2 turnovers late in the game, one leading to the Giants' go-ahead score there. The Ravens losing this game 24-20. Now the Ravens are 3-3, and it's time to start thinking about the next one. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium will be filled with purple pride as they take on the Cleveland Browns. Kickoff is at 1. Pfizer updating its booster to target the Omicron variants, just ahead the side effects that you could feel with this vaccine. Plus, mostly cloudy this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will let us know what to expect for the rest of the work week. Time now 4:38.
Taking a look outside right now on our downtown Baltimore camera, we are seeing a few of those clouds kind of hanging around here this morning, and that's what we're looking for as we start your day today and back into the brand new work week. Numbers are not too bad right now, mainly mid to upper 50s, so definitely cool out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're back with your full forecast, taking a look at the week ahead, coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. The chase between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode is coming to an end. Just ahead, why fans are not believing that this will be the last movie of the Halloween franchise.
New trials on the newest booster. I'm Liz Bonus. What it means for all of us and perhaps when you might want to step up and get it. It is just ahead.
Here's what's ahead meantime this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gian Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, just weeks away from the midterms, and candidates are making their case on both sides of the aisle. Razor-thin numbers could decide who controls Congress. A Washington insider will be with us to discuss. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. It is 4:45 and on the path forward. If you've been waiting for tests on humans before getting the new COVID-19 booster, it's out now. Medical reporter Liz Bonus shares what's been discovered and what it means for protection as we head into the prime season for getting sick.
Hey there, everybody. Hello to you. Pfizer has just announced its first human trial results of the new bivalent booster. It works, according to a release by the company. The new shot that pairs the original protection with Omicron protection gave a better boost in antibodies in the body against Omicron compared to the original vaccine.
Antibody production is essentially your immune system just turning on.
So here's what you need to know. According to primary care specialist Dr. Jonathan Buck of Ohio's TriHealth, just like the flu vaccine works better each year, adapted to current strains going around, this newer booster appears to do much of the same thing with mild side effects similar to what you felt with your first shot against COVID-19.
An immune system ramping up can cause fatigue, it can cause a low-grade fever, it can cause some body aches. Typically that only lasts about 24 to 48 hours while your body's immune system is developing these antibodies to fight off a much bigger problem down the road.
This data right now came from those ages 55 and older. Companies still waiting on human data in younger people. But part of the reason it's being shared is that many people have said without human data, as opposed to mice, they won't get it. One thing to note, however, Dr. Buck told me, is while this is likely the response needed to prevent severe illness from COVID-19,
we don't know sort of a threshold cutoff where we're 100% protected.
Which means we don't know yet if the response of this new booster is enough to keep you from getting infected with Omicron at all. Cases of both COVID-19 and this year's flu already circulating nationwide. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. We want to check in now with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got a look at our forecast. And Justin, I've suddenly noticed the leaves starting to change.
Man, I'm loving it, Megan. I mean, and when we get the sunshine in the afternoon and that just cobalt blue sky with all of those colors popping, beautiful. Really pretty, yeah. And we're definitely going to see that continue over the next couple of weeks as we get further into fall because we've got the colder temperatures that are coming as well. Now, we do have some clouds hanging around right now out over the Inner Harbor this morning. Everything looking good at this time. And temperatures are not too bad in mid to upper 50s, maybe an extra blanket in the morning time. I don't know if you've got the heaters on quite yet. You will absolutely need them tomorrow morning because it's going to be about 20 degrees colder than this temperature is right now when we wake up tomorrow. So enjoy that coffee and breakfast with us here as you rise and shine over the next couple of hours. Mid to upper 50s, sun up at 7:18 this morning and going to bed at 6:25. You can tell those daylight hours are shrinking. A couple of weeks away from the time change when we fall back, but we won't be talking about that quite yet. Now, our average this time of year is in the upper 60s, and a lot of us are going to have at least one more day in the mid to upper 60s here for Westminster and Eldersburg this afternoon. Reisterstown at 65, 68 in Towson, lower 70s there in Baltimore and Dundalk. So overall, a nice afternoon today with some clouds rolling through. You can see those numbers continue in the mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena, 68 your temp in Severna Park later today as well. But look at this map here. This basically tells the story of what's coming. We can see the areas in the Great Lakes and parts of the Ohio River Valley and parts of western PA, 40s and 50s for highs today, while we're hanging out in those mid to upper 60s in the mid-Atlantic as well. So we've got that colder air that's along this cold front. Now, as we head later into the afternoon, we do have a chance of at least a couple of stray pop-up showers. Most of the models continue to kind of dry things out a bit, so we're really not tracking a lot of rain. Tomorrow, much colder, and then as we get into Tuesday night, Wednesday morning, look at the little blue that's right there. We could see what we call some upslope snow showers in parts of the Allegheny Mountains. And we're not talking about a lot, but enough of that cold air mixed with some of that precip could bring some of the white stuff early here by the time we head into Wednesday morning. But again, overall for us, it's going to be a big temperature drop. 70 today, only 57 tomorrow and Wednesday. Now, numbers do start to regulate a little bit into Thursday and Friday, those low to mid 60s. And this weekend looks great. Another fantastic weekend. Great for the Ravens on Sunday. How about a high of 72 Sunday afternoon? Meg?
It looks pretty good. Justin, thank you. Let's see how it's looking on the roads. We've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network, and my goodness, pretty good out there. We've got your map pulled up, seeing a lot of green with no major issues to report. Great time to get up and head out this morning. Let's check in now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. How's it going, Mark? Happy Monday.
Well, happy Monday, Megan. Good morning, everyone. A good Monday start out there on the MARC train system. You'll find on-time service on the Camden, Penn, and Brunswick lines of MARC. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. On-time service in both directions. At Metro Subway Link, the same. On time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. This could be it. The last Halloween season for a movie franchise named after the holiday itself. Halloween Ends. Launched in theaters and on the Peacock streaming service on Thursday. And it all stars Jamie Lee Curtis, of course, who served as the main character in 1978 in the original, and then several other of the films in the franchise as well. The producers have promised this is it. This is the last chase between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode this time. But like the Who farewell tours and Tom Brady retirements, many fans are taking that with a grain of salt. We'll see what happens. Well, while some kids cower during horror movies, these two siblings are just reveling in them. 6-year-old Dominic and 8-year-old Aubriella. Oh my goodness, they are hooked on horror. That's terrifying. And they love just wearing horror movie costumes, trying to scare each other. Mom Kayla Lopez documents their shenanigans on TikTok, and the most viral video has more than 9 million views. She says Michael Myers from Halloween has become a mainstay in their family, so much so that the kids have a weekly screening of his movies. I have kids that age. I can't imagine them watching it. That's crazy. Well, President Joe Biden is breaking his silence on the investigation into the January 6th attack on the Capitol, what he's saying about the developing case. And for so many Americans, inflation is top of mind. Just ahead, the new signs that a recession could be imminent. Time now, 4:51. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. It is 4:54, and taking a live look from Capitol Hill as President Joe Biden breaks his usual silence on the hearings into the January 6th attacks on the Capitol building.
I've been going out of my way not to comment. We'll see what happens, but I think it's been devastating.
Biden says that he thinks the House panel investigating the attacks has made an overwhelming case. The hearing included video footage of congressional leaders scrambling to respond to rioters while in hiding. The House committee is working toward a final report, though it's not clear when that would be released. The January 6th committee may consider having former President Trump testify at a live hearing after committee members subpoenaed him last week. Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger says that would be a matter for negotiation. As for whether the House committee will hold Trump in contempt if he refuses to cooperate, Kinzinger says the panel will cross that bridge when it comes to it. He says for now, the committee's mandate is to tell the truth for the historical record.
I know that my kid, and I know that, the craziest conspiracy theories kid in 10 years is going to believe that it was Donald Trump that started January 6th. So all these conspiracies today will go away, largely because of the work we've done. I also know that the Justice Department appears to be pursuing this pretty hard.
Trump says the hearings are a fraud and politically motivated witch hunt. The subpoena is expected to be officially delivered to the former president in writing later this week. 4:56 and in your consumer news now. This morning, there are new signs a recession could be imminent. The International Monetary Fund is lowering projections for global economic growth for 2023. National correspondent Christine Frizzell says this morning the top economic officials are warning a recession is becoming more and more likely.
For so many Americans, inflation is top of mind.
I'm hoping that it goes down, but all I see is it rising up. And it's getting harder and harder out here.
The reality on Main Street bringing new warnings from Wall Street and beyond.
They're likely to put U.S. in some kind of recession 6-9 months from now.
The risks of recession are rising.
As a Wall Street Journal survey of economists put the probability of a recession in the next 12 months at 63%, up from 49% in July's survey. The war in Ukraine, a major factor in food and energy prices rising around the globe. A lesson learned that may help the economy in the long run.
It was all about cheap capital, mostly from the U.S., cheap labor, mostly from Asia, in particular China, and cheap energy, in particular Russia coming into Europe. All those things are going away now.
That shift, though, not coming soon enough for those struggling to make ends meet. A recent survey finding 76% of adults are making lifestyle changes to prepare for a potential recession, including 34% who say they're delaying making major purchases, such as a house or a car. Some speaking out against recent actions by the Federal Reserve, raising rates to try to cool demand.
I think that it is wrong to be saying that the way we're going to deal with inflation is by lowering wages and increasing unemployment. That is not what we should be doing.
The Biden administration insisting it's working hard to strengthen the supply side of the equation, with demand just not letting up.
Part of why we do see a lot of pressure on prices is that while demand has come back, Americans have more income because Americans have jobs in this almost historically low level of unemployment. It's been hard for the supply side to keep up.
Fears now growing that low unemployment rate will be the next thing to take a turn, and that recession could follow. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
The month of October has been particularly violent in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all details on the latest incidents, plus hear how community leaders are reacting.
There are 21 days until Election Day. Just ahead, what the candidates for Maryland governor have planned for Baltimore, plus key dates to mark down on your calendar.
And temps not too bad here this morning. We are tracking the potential of at least a couple of showers today. We're going to break it down in your forecast coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are taking a live look at M&T Bank this morning, where the Ravens suffered a tough loss. Well, not there, but they were in New York against the New York Giants. Their next game is happening Sunday at home against the Cleveland Browns. Good morning to all of you on this Monday, October 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning, and we're beginning a brand new week. And I was telling Justin, did you notice the pop of colors suddenly, the leaves changing?
Oh, yes, and it looks beautiful.
Yep.
I love it. Absolutely love it. Meteorologist Justin Chambers here with the forecast.
Yeah, feeling good here this morning. Not too bad, ladies. And overall, I'm loving those color changes, too. They're looking really nice out there for sure. As we take a look outside right now, we got a little bit more cloud cover that's hanging around at this time from our Towson camera. You can see starting to get a little bit more buzz on the roadways. I know it's still early, but a few more folks are heading out. Statewide, our numbers are in the 40s out west and mid to upper 50s for areas from Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City. 58 your temp in Annapolis right now. Mostly cloudy and cooler for today. Now, we do have the potential of seeing at least a couple of stray showers this afternoon and then much colder by the time we head toward tomorrow. So Mr. Bowe says we are good to go. Your morning drive, just keeping some clouds around and temps staying in the mid to upper 50s, and highs today still in the mid to upper upper 60s. Even a few of us will get right to about that 70-degree mark. We'll enjoy that today because the cold is coming. We're back with your full forecast in just a few. Patrice?
That sounded ominous. Oh,
sorry.
Thanks, Justin. Welcome back. All right, now let's take a look at our Lynn Stoller traffic network. And as we look at the traffic map, at least there's good news there. We are in the green on our traffic map.
It is 5:01, and we begin in a city in crisis. The work week kicks off after a violent weekend in parts of Baltimore City. Just taking a look at the map there, we have 5 people that have been shot since Friday night. 2 of them died. Just after 11 yesterday morning, police say they found a body burning in East Baltimore, and that's now being investigated as a homicide.
Now, this all comes after a violent week last week. From Sunday, October 9th through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot and 5 of those victims died. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it is once again outpacing last year.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from East Baltimore with a closer look at the recent deadly violence and really what this means for the city. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, the most recent incident happening just yesterday when police found a body burning in East Baltimore, which is not far from this police station right here. And they are investigating it as a homicide. We'll pull up a scene video from the Citizen app when police found that body burning in an abandoned lot late Sunday morning. Baltimore faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason says the community continues to be surrounded by so much death and violence.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today. A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed, living seriously depressed.
The data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. Despite what the data shows, Dr. Mason says he would like to think that things are slowing down, and he hopes the violence stops. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open air drug markets. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is not prosecuting many of these crimes, calling them low level. Now, Ivan Bates, the city's likely next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed. He sat down with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Do the officers know that they'll have that ability to do that? Because that's a change from the current policy.
I told the police commissioner that's what I would like to go ahead and do, and that as far as I'm concerned, the state's attorney, if the law's on the books, that the officers can enforce it. I think that's part of the communication. But the police commissioner, they have to make the decision if they're going to do that or not.
Did he say he would?
I believe he will.
Okay.
In the sense that I don't want to speak for the police commissioner. He had a big smile on his face, and one of the things I get from the police commissioner was this. He's a police officer and spent his whole career as a police officer. Police officers have rules, and they don't want to live in the gray. It was black or white. If the law is on the books, I don't make the law. The police don't make the law. The police enforce the law, and we, the prosecutor, what I will do is make sure those individuals are held accountable. Some may need jail, some may need diversion, some may need community service, some may need just the arrest or just the citation. That'll be our discretion. However, people will be held accountable.
Now, Bates also telling Fox 45 News that he plans to get squeegee kids off the corner, saying it is not safe for drivers or squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if that doesn't work, he says he will prosecute. Now, Bates admits that he disagrees with Mayor Scott about the laws on the book. The mayor saying squeegeeing is protected speech. He went on to tell us that one of his top priorities is making sure that he and the mayor are on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor several questions about the policies, including, does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crimes needs to happen? Has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? Will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we've not heard back. We will continue to ask for answers in the week ahead.
Bates also discussing recent developments in the Adnan Syed case, technology in the city state's attorney's office, and more. Mackenzie's entire 30-minute interview is available right now at foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News will have a close eye on the city council this week ahead of some big meetings. On Wednesday, the council will hold an informational hearing about the use of surveillance technology, particularly facial recognition technology. On Thursday, the Legislative Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on the Safe Streets program. Fox 45 News has been investigating that program for months. Council members will question the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement about the program. And following that hearing, the committee will hear from the director of the Baltimore City Board of Elections about the June primary election and some of the problems we saw during that election process. Fox 45 News will follow all three hearings and keep you updated both on air and online. From the Live Center now this morning, we have some new images just into the Live Center showing a Russian drone strike. This is happening in central Kyiv this morning. We're also hearing reports of several apartment blocks damaged. No information on injuries just yet, but separately, we know Russia is blaming Ukraine for a rocket attack, which is currently controlled in an area by Russian separatists and was illegally annexed by Russia last month. Ukraine is blaming Russia for an attack that hit a town near nuclear power plants in the southern part of the country. Both of those strikes happening over the weekend. Well, it comes as the U.S. and Nato launch nuclear drills today and prepare for Russia to conduct its own nuclear drills by the end of this month. The Nato drill is known as Operation Steadfast Noon, and it takes place every year. This year will involve 14 countries and 60 aircraft, including U.S. B-52 bombers. There are no actual nuclear weapons used, but it comes at a time when some fear that Russia may use one on Ukraine.
We believe it is incumbent upon the United States, working with our NATO allies and partners and other responsible countries around the world, including the likes of China and India, to send a very clear and decisive message to Russia that they should not contemplate the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict.
Russia's nuclear drills will happen before the end of this month. The Pentagon says it will be watching for any strange or unexpected movements from Moscow. It's the latest from our Live Center. President Trump is sparking outrage this morning on his social media platform. Just ahead, what he is saying about U.S. Jews and the reaction pouring in this morning from Jewish organizations.
And temperatures are mainly in the mid to upper 50s to kick off your Monday morning as you get back to work and school. We'll take a look at the big cool down that is on the way. That's all coming up in a few minutes. Stay with us. 5:12 is your time right now in your Weather Authority forecast, and our temperatures are not too bad, and most of us are in the mid to upper 50s. These numbers right now will actually end up being our high temperatures tomorrow. So we have one more day where we'll see those numbers near average here for the afternoon. Maybe a light jacket. You'll still get the sunglasses on at least for a little bit. I don't really have the check on the umbrella. We're not tracking a lot of rain. We may see a few stray showers this afternoon, but it's not going to be too much to get in your way. So you can get your yard work and gardening done, maybe get more of those mums planted and get things ready for the fall and Halloween, which is 2 weeks from today. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few.
Hard to believe. All right, Justin, thank you. A community still mourning for 5 people who were killed in the Raleigh mass shooting. Just ahead, the 911 calls that illustrate the chaos of that scene.
U.S. senators are meeting with community anti-violence groups. Just ahead, what they're doing in the hopes of seeing a decline in gun violence. 5:12 now on Fox 45, early edition.
.15 making headlines. In North Carolina, Raleigh police releasing 2 of the 911 calls made during Thursday's mass shooting. We want to warn you that some of these can be disturbing.
Yeah, he just walked right through and shot him. Shot him for no reason.
We heard some shots outside, and I looked out my window, and there's the neighbor is on the ground, I think. There's 2 people. There's somebody laying by the bush, and there's somebody laying on the porch.
In total, 5 people were killed, 2 others hurt. Police have a 15-year-old suspect in custody. Prosecutors plan to charge him as an adult. He's currently at the hospital in critical condition. Police did not know how he was injured. U.S. senators come together for a community roundtable on gun violence.
Chicago Mayor Lori Lightfoot, along with Senators Chris Murphy, Tammy Duckworth, and Dick Durbin, met with community anti-violence groups. Chicago police say they're seeing a slight decline in homicides. They say they've had some success with deploying more officers to high-crime areas of the city. They've also removed more than 10,000 guns from city streets, putting them on pace to surpass 12,000 guns confiscated last year.
In my state, we've just seen an explosion in the number of guns that are sitting in our communities.
It's unbelievable
just the amount. It's unbelievable the type of weaponry that's out there that we will get from a vehicle or a search warrant. The automatic weapons.
The FBI releasing crime data earlier this month, finding crime rates are still high and above pre-pandemic levels, but appear to be slowing. Experts say the increase defies easy explanation, and they point to stress from the pandemic, a rise in gun violence, and economic worries due to high inflation and uncertainty.
5:17 and happening now. The Northeast entrance to Yellowstone National Park is open for the first time since a devastating flood back in June.
That flood damaged a large portion of the park. The water cut off one of the park's main arteries there in isolated small towns along the northern gateway. To reopen access, the Park Service paved and expanded another road to reconnect the park to Gardner, Montana. The Park Service says 99% of Yellowstone's roads are back in service, but this has been months, since June, that this has been just shut down. Well, it's 5:18, and we want to see how it's shaping up this Monday morning.
Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers taking us into this new week.
Yeah, you guys talked about the Ravens at the beginning of the show, and it's interesting. I looked at their record. It's every other week. It's win, loss, win, loss, win, loss. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully they get the win against.
It's always at the end.
I know.
Why do we lose steam and endurance in the fourth quarter?
And to have such a huge lead and have it happen every time.
I mean, those are good teams, right? I mean, the Bills are good.
The Giants are 4-1.
The Giants are really good. Yeah, the
5-1.
whole NFC East is crazy, except for certain teams. But either way.
So are we until the fourth quarter.
I know. So anyway, all right. So yes, Cleveland in town Sunday afternoon, M&T Bank Stadium. Man, let me just tell you, it is going to be a gorgeous day for football. The Commanders are home this weekend as well. So Sunday will be great football weather. Your weather headlines for today as you get up with us this morning. Upper 50s right now, right about 70 for our high this afternoon. Some of us in the mid to upper 60s. So even though we've got a little bit more cloud cover around today and the chance for a few showers, enjoy today because the much colder air moves in tomorrow, and it's going to stay with us at least for a couple of days this week before we warm back up for that nice weekend. As the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep. Overall, just not too bad. Maybe a light jacket, maybe throw the small umbrella in the backpack just in case they encounter a couple of showers later this afternoon. But we're really not tracking a lot in the way of rain, as those models have really dried out quite a bit from what we were looking at yesterday. So 68 is our average this time of year. Most of us in the mid to upper 60s for Cockeysville and Bel Air out to the eastern shore and Chestertown down through Stevensville. 69 in Annapolis. Look where the cold air is. High of only 36 in the Twin Cities today and 41 in Chicago. Some of that cold air is coming our way. So we've got one more day, as I mentioned, with the temperatures near average before we get that cold snap. And look at this. Check out our temperature tracker. Typically, mid to upper 60s is where we are. Notice how far we go below average Tuesday, Wednesday, and even into Thursday. Those numbers are definitely going to drop. Those are the high temps. So we're going to wake up in the 30s and 40s in the morning time as well. But a nice rebound as we head toward this upcoming weekend. It's all because of that big old cold front coming through. Now, again, as the front passes through this afternoon, we may pick up a couple of stray showers. That wind is going to pick up from the west. As we head toward tomorrow, we stay mainly dry, a bit breezy as well. And then late Tuesday night into Wednesday, there are some of the models that want to bring a couple of light snow showers to some of the mountain locations, called an upslope flow. Not going to be enough to really, have any kind of major impacts, but at least it'll be something that we'll be watching as we head into the middle of the week before we dry out nicely toward the weekend. I mentioned it a minute ago, 2 weeks from today is Halloween. We're 38 days out from Terrence the Turkey and Thanksgiving there. Christmas inside 10 weeks. 69, I sound like I'm from Ireland. 69 days until Christmas. So, all right, our 7-day forecast looks like this. 70 today, mid to upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday. 60s return into Thursday and Friday. And as I mentioned, a very nice weekend once again, guys, with temperatures in the lower 70s both Saturday and Sunday for the Ravens game. All right, let's check out mass transit right now. Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Monday, sir. Good morning.
Happy Monday, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 trains train 403, Camden train 841, and Brunswick 870, all running about 5 minutes late for the commute start. Allowed time for travel there. No delays on light rail, looking good, in fact, in both directions. So fast service for travel, and Metro Subway Link on time in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Johns.
After a primetime victory in Week 5, the Ravens fall to the New York Giants. Just ahead, Ravens fans this morning already looking ahead to the next game.
And as the holiday season is upon us, more people are being warned about porch piracy. Just ahead, what you could do to prevent yourself from becoming a victim. It's 5:22 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 5:25, making headlines this morning. It is that time of year again. More people are shopping online for holiday gifts, and even more are looking to steal those packages.
Sophia Alessios from our sister station in Fresno looked into the ongoing issue and how you can prepare yourself now before it's too late.
The holiday season is just around the corner, and that means even more porch pirates are getting ready to take what they can get.
Basically, it's somebody that looks and waits for UPS and FedEx or the post office to deliver things at your house. And then they basically attempt to steal it, or they do steal it.
43% of Americans have had a stolen package in the past, according to a 2020 study by CNR Research. When I spoke to Fadi Badouche, the owner of Going Postal in Clovis, he tells me prevention is key to avoid these pesky pirates.
You know, you do have to be ahead of the game, if you will. Waiting at the house, hoping that it's not going to happen, it's just, unfortunately, it's a pipe dream for us. So we have to be more vigilant.
So next time you're online shopping, here's a few things to keep in mind.
Is opening a box over here so they're not sitting at their doorstep.
Another option you can do is you could pick up your package at a safe location. Thank you. Amajit, who lives in Clovis, tells me before she started having her packages delivered to Going Postal, they would get stolen all the time.
They delivered it, and they told me that it is delivered, that I got a picture from the Amazon especially, and then it was stolen, so I just didn't like that.
Finally, keep close tabs on packages you're expecting.
So when you wake up in the morning, you check that tracking number, and you see that it's on track for delivery, you know it's going to be delivered to you that day.
Well, happening this morning, you have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we are giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. And if you win a prize pack, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show happening on October 28th at the Meyerhoff.
So wait for your cue to call, and then caller number 10 will win the prize pack and then be put in the running to win the tickets to the show. We'll pull that grand prize winner on Friday.
And remember, you can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
Cloudy skies, and we may even see a few showers today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers back in just a few to track the much colder temperatures that are on the way tomorrow.
Former President Donald Trump is hosting a fundraiser for Dan Cox today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of that event, plus find out where the polls stand right now. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We are following 3 big stories for you this morning. It has been a deadly few days in Baltimore. We'll take a look at the crime that we saw over the weekend and the impact of it all.
Democratic candidate for Governor Wes Moore addressing some of Baltimore's biggest problems at a neighborhood event, what he's saying about vacant homes, and why he says Republican Dan Cox wasn't at that event. And Election Day is November 8th. The key dates you need to know.
Welcome back on this Monday, 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
Yeah, Megan, Patrice, good morning to both of you, and good morning, everyone. Appreciate you being here with us live and local all the way until 10 o'clock this morning as we take a look outside. Right now, we've got some cloud cover kind of hanging around. Notice those numbers on the right side of your screen. Most of us are waking up in the 50s and maybe just a light jacket as you head out. You can see some of those numbers here from Bel Air and Joppatown down through Essex and Middle River at 58. 59, your number in Glen Burnie. Owings Mills, you're starting off at 54. Out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. Yeah, a little bit cooler, but not too much to get in your way. In fact, we're not tracking any rain right now. May see a stray shower later today. But the big news is that temperatures will drop significantly. We're only going to get to the mid to upper 50s for Tuesday and Wednesday for our high temps. So enjoy today's temperature close to 70 for the afternoon. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. How's it looking on the roads, Meg?
You know, not too bad right now, Justin. We've got our cameras pulled up in our Len Stoller traffic network, and we've got a little bit of volume picking up, and everyone's moving along just fine. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, a conversation with candidates for Maryland governor about their plans for Baltimore.
The faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development, or BUILD, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. Now, the group tells Fox 45 News that Dan Cox had agreed to attend but then canceled. Wes Moore says he plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas, in the communities, and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Well, Wes Moore says that Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump.
Olivia Dance joins us this morning from East Baltimore with more on the fundraiser event that the former president is having for Cox. Olivia?
Hey, good morning. And today, former President Donald Trump is set to have a fundraiser for Dan Cox at his Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. And while the former president has endorsed Cox, current Governor Larry Hogan has not offered his support. And this event comes as Cox is falling behind in fundraising compared to his Democratic opponent, Wes Moore. And the two gubernatorial candidates have faced off in a hotly contested debate last week. Take a listen.
Frankly, I'm standing on stage right now with an extremist election denier.
This is outrageous and ridiculous. We are bigger than middle school name calling, sir.
Cox has unsuccessfully challenged Maryland's ballot counting process, allowing the counting of mail-in ballots before Election Day. A recent poll shows Moore with a double-digit lead over Cox. So this fundraiser comes at a critical time for him. Several prices are listed on the flyer for today's event, including $25,000 to pose for a photo with Trump and Cox, and over $1,200 per person for a private reception. And again, we're just weeks away from Election Day, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if this fundraiser down in Florida offers Cox's campaign a boost. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Nationally, a new poll has Republicans taking control of the House after the November midterms. The latest CBS Battleground Tracker poll predicts Republicans will snag 224 House seats compared to 211 for Democrats. Still, the poll finds that the Republican-led lead has narrowed over the last two polls in September and August. It says Republicans have been able to win voters who prioritize the economy, but they haven't been able to grow their share of voters. Democrats, meanwhile, have been able to grow the number of people who prioritize abortion issues.
Now, here are some key dates to mark in your calendar. November 8th is Election Day. Early voting opens October 27th and runs through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And then remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. 5:36 from the Live Center this morning. Former President Donald Trump is not backing down this morning from the comments he made on Truth Social that are sparking backlash, with many calling his comments anti-Semitic. To give you full context, we'll show you the post and then some of the responses from prominent Jewish organizations. Now, on Truth Social, Trump says no president has done more for Israel than he has, going on to suggest Jews in America are less appreciative of his efforts than Christians. He ends the post with the statement, U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel before it's too late. Now, it's not clear what prompted the post, but critics say it pushes the anti-Semitic notion that Jews in America have dual or competing loyalties to the U.S. and to Israel. Now, the American Jewish Committee responded to that, and this is what they had to say. Support for the Jewish state never gives one license to lecture American Jews, nor does it ever give the right to draw baseless judgments about the ties between U.S. Jews and Israel. And to be clear, those ties are strong and enduring. Another one from Jonathan Greenblatt says, we don't need the former president, who curries favor with extremists and anti-Semites, to lecture us about the U.S.-Israel relationship. It is not about a quid pro quo. It rests on shared values and security interests. This Jew-splaining is insulting and disgusting. And then we've got one more. This one from U.S. Jewish Democrats. More unabashed anti-Semitism from GOP leader Donald Trump. His threat to Jewish Americans and his continued use of the anti-Semitic dual loyalty trope fuels hatred against Jews. We will not be threatened by Donald Trump, and Jewish Americans will reject GOP bigotry this November. Now, the Republican Jewish coalition has not responded to the comments. And of course, Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and her husband, Jared Kushner, are both Jewish and both had key roles in helping further Trump's pro-Israel policies when he was in office. That is the latest from the Live Center this morning.
5:38, and the Ravens blow yet another fourth quarter lead. This time it happened against the New York Giants. The Ravens took a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter when Lamar Jackson connected there with Mark Andrews. But there were mistakes down the stretch that cost them a win. Jackson with 2 turnovers late in the game, one leading to the Giants' go-ahead score there. The Ravens end up losing this one 24-20. Now the Ravens are 3-3, and we're thinking about the next one. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium, Purple Pride filling that stadium as they take on the Cleveland Browns. Kickoff is at 1.
Ivan Bates says there is a lot of work to do to rebuild the relationships among leaders and the community. Just ahead, what exactly he needs to do in order to achieve that.
And another day with mild temps, but some big changes are on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to let us know how far those temps drop. 5:39 on Fox 45 Early Edition.
5:41 is your time right now. We're 19 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Monday morning. I know, not waking up to a victory Monday, but it's all good. We'll get back in that win column for the Ravens. Looking out over the Inner Harbor this morning, some of those clouds kind of hanging around at this time. Overall, our morning drive looking good. Mid to upper 50s for your temperatures. We're not really tracking the rain, possibly a couple of showers later today. We'll take a closer look at that and the big drop in temperatures as well. That's coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. The Ravens fall short once again. This morning, we're asking, what about this team has frustrated you the most this season?
More than 100,000 Americans received unnecessary surgeries in the first year of the COVID-19 pandemic. Still ahead this morning, the advice to follow to make sure that you're getting the care you need. 5:42 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
In your entertainment news, Ringo Starr has canceled the rest of his North American tour after testing positive for COVID-19 again.
The 82-year-old former Beatles drummer first tested positive October 3rd and postponed several tour dates across Canada and the U.S. Last Monday, he said he was back on the road again after a negative test. But Thursday, he told fans that he had surprisingly tested positive again and that the rest of the tour is off. The remaining shows have been planned for California and Mexico.
Robbie Coltrane, the actor who played the lovable gamekeeper Hagrid in the Harry Potter films, has died. According to his agent, Coltrane passed away on Friday. No cause of death was given. The Scottish-born actor's other credits included the James Bond films GoldenEye and The World Is Not Enough. Coltrane was 72 years old.
Sad to see him go there. Well, the lights were dimmed on Broadway to pay tribute to one of theater's brightest stars. Although Angela Lansbury may be best known for her TV series, Murder, She Wrote, she was a legend of The Great White Way. Lansbury made her Broadway debut in 1957 and won 5 Tony Awards, most recently for Blithe Spirit in 2009. She won the 2022 Special Award for Lifetime Achievement. All right, we talked about this last week. This could be the last Halloween season for a movie franchise named after the holiday.
Or could it? Halloween Ends, launched in theaters and on the Peacock streaming service Thursday. The Music Man. This stars Jamie Lee Curtis, of course. She served as the heroine in the 1978 original and several other films in the franchise. Well, the producers have promised finality to the chase between Michael Myers and Laurie Strode this time. But like the Who farewell tours and Tom Brady retirements, there are a lot of fans taking that with a grain of salt, thinking there's going to be another one.
So, you know, they're running all of these, the old Halloweens and all the movies. So I tried to watch for a few minutes the Halloween, the original 1978 one over the weekend. And I watched, you know, maybe 20 minutes, and I'm like, oh my gosh, this is the hokiest thing.
Really? Well,
so I don't think I'd be scared by them anymore, because I think they're just so over the top. But again, that was 20 minutes worth.
There are two kids, though, who might disagree with you because they are huge fans. They're siblings, and they're just reveling in these shows.
All right. Oh, look at that. Yeah, 6-year-old Dominic and 8-year-old Aubriella are hooked on horror. Oh, my gosh. And they love donning horror movie costumes, trying to scare each other.
The Chucky doll.
Their mom, Kayla Lopez, documents their shenanigans on TikTok. Their most viral video has more than 9 million views. And look at that adorable little face. Why do you want to be scary? She says Michael Myers from Halloween has become a mainstay in their family, so much so that the kids have a weekly screening of his movie.
So once a week, they're watching a Halloween movie.
That is
crazy.
Well, you know, once a week we watch a Christmas movie, so I guess.
Well, that's different. That's different.
That is so funny that's just their norm. Like Naomi, I've never let her be scary on Halloween. She begged this year, and so she gets.
But she went all out. My girls always want to be scary, but they pick like bats and skeletons. Naomi went.
Well, the costume is called Killer Clown, but the costume itself doesn't. I mean, the costume is kind of cute. It would be how I make her face up. So we'll see. I'll have to show pictures once it's all over. And not only that, Mama got the matching outfit. Let's get over to meteorologist Justin.
I think you've been watching too much Halloween movies now.
Man,
at 20 minutes got
Killer
me.
Clown?
Yep.
Holy cow.
That's what it's labeled as.
Oh, all right, interesting. You know, those Halloween movies, my brother was a huge Halloween movie. It's like his favorite movie franchise. And so he was disappointed with the brand new movie. He did not like it. Yeah.
Oh, is he just sad that it's over? Or
I don't think so. No, he's because he's of that same, you know, ilk of like, oh, it's probably going to come back. But they say Jamie Lee Curtis, that's it for JLC. So interesting. But
she's had enough.
Can you believe that this started in '78? That was what blew my mind. I didn't realize that.
That movie is great, Patrice. You got to rewatch it. You need to watch the whole thing.
It was
the original.
It was more comical than I mean, you know, I don't. Maybe that was the acting in '78 when he grabbed the lady's head off the top of the car. I mean, she was alive, but he reached in and grabbed her head, and she screamed. It was kind of funny. Right. I laughed.
Either way, no matter what, 2 weeks from tonight, it's Halloween.
Holy cow.
I mean, yes, we're here. And I still, let's see, I'm trying to think how much candy we've already eaten. Because last year we were really good. We didn't eat any of the Halloween candy pre-Halloween. And I think we're probably like at least a half a bag deep of so the kids are not going to get as much as they originally thought in our neighborhood. Sorry, because we got a little hungry. We'll have to get some more. Our HD radar, we're all quiet right now, guys. Nothing to scare you off here. We are seeing some rain showers, however, on our HD radar in southern Maryland. You can see that kind of band of showers on the mouth of the Chesapeake down through Virginia. Other than that, we are not tracking much here. We've got a big cold front that's coming in. If you look on the left side of your screen, some of those areas in that blue in parts of the Great Lakes region, that's snow. And they're actually predicting accumulating snow in Chicago tonight. We're going to see that cold air moving into our area. So this morning we'll be fine with the kids as you get them out to the bus stop, beep, beep. But tomorrow will be vastly different. We're looking at 57 by 7 a.m., mid to upper 60s into the noon hour, and close to 70 for for a lot of us this afternoon. And we may get a stray shower out there, but overall, golfers, if you do want to get out there and try to hit the links today, that's the day to do it, because we'll see those mid to upper 60s for a lot of us. We'll see some breezy conditions later today, but it will be much cooler tomorrow. So 70 today, but only upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday. Overnight lows 30s and 40s. We do get those temperatures to warm back up later this week. 65 Friday. And check out that upcoming weekend, guys. We're talking about numbers in the lower 70s. Should be great for that Ravens game Sunday afternoon. All right, Mark Jones with the MTA. What's going on with mass transit? Good morning.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find 10 train 400 running about 10 to 20 minutes late, and we've got 10 train 511 operating with a 5-minute delay. Allow time for travel there. Light rail link right on time from both directions. No delays or issues, and you'll find Metro Subway link on schedule as well between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for your Monday travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The annual inflation rate dropped slightly last month, just ahead what the Transportation Secretary is claiming to be the main cause of inflation.
And inflation taking its toll on the holiday season, just ahead the impact you could have on your holiday plans. 5:52 now. .55, taking a live look over Capitol Hill right now as President Joe Biden breaks his usual silence on the hearings into the January 6th attacks on the Capitol building.
I've been going out of my way not to comment. We'll see what happens, but I think it's been devastating.
Biden says that he thinks the House panel investigating the attacks has made an overwhelming case. That hearing included video footage of congressional leaders scrambling to respond to rioters while in hiding. The House committee is working toward a final report, though it's not clear when that will be released.
Topping your consumer news, Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is pushing back on claims that Biden's spending bills have fueled the country's inflation.
Buttigieg says that inflation is a global phenomenon. Last year's $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan helped create jobs and ease pressure on families.
Face the Nation host Margaret Brennan quoted estimates from economists suggesting government funding has fueled inflation between 0.1 to as much as 3 percentage points. But Buttigieg says the main causes are supply chain problems and the war in Ukraine.
Part of the challenge we have is the productive capacity of our country racing to keep up. So failing to invest in that wouldn't make the problem better, it would make it worse.
September, the annual inflation rate dropped slightly to 8.2%, but it remains at levels not seen since the 1980s.
President Biden's approval rate is improving slightly this month. According to a just released Fox News poll, he is at 46%. That is up from 43% last month.
But when it comes to his handling of inflation, that number goes down to just 29% approval. National correspondent Christine Frizzell takes a look at some new predictions for the months ahead.
Spooky season setting the tone as some frightening economic realities are setting in. With the latest news, consumer prices are up 8.2% from a year ago, a number downplayed by the president.
Our economy is strong as hell.
Still, the new season is bringing new concerns. A brand new CBS poll revealed 65% of registered voters believe the economy is getting worse, with fears especially from those around retirement age.
I've talked to so many of them, and they say, Carrie, I saved all my life, I did everything right, and my retirement savings has shriveled up by a third. I've lost a third of it since Joe Biden took office.
With peak holiday travel season now just weeks away, new predictions it could be one of the most expensive on record. The travel site Hopper showing Thanksgiving airfare up 25% from last year. For those buying tickets to travel during Christmas time, airfare is up 55%. And while Americans are not holding back on hitting the skies, they may not be hitting the malls as much. Another survey showing 28% of Americans say they plan to cut back on holiday spending this year.
Inflation's got a lot of momentum. The best single measure to look at for inflation is a kind of super core measure, which is wages.
Some cities hit particularly hard. The 5 worst, according to the personal finance site Wallet Hub, are Phoenix, Arizona, followed by Atlanta, Miami, Tampa, and Baltimore. The Biden administration making a plea for patience with this prediction.
So we are starting to see signs that our red-hot economy is starting to cool. And so we know that because of that strength, we're better positioned than most other countries for the Fed to achieve its dual goals.
Those goals include a soft landing for the economy, with continued hurdles ahead of the season of spending. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
The month of October has been particularly violent in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all details on the latest incidents, plus hear how community leaders are reacting.
It's us together, all of us together.
Ravens head coach John Harbaugh claiming responsibility for both the coaches and the team following yesterday's tough loss to the New York Giants. Reaction from Purple Pride fans coming up.
And our temperatures as we stroll into a brand new week. Not too bad now, but just wait. A little taste of the cold stuff is coming. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
No. This whole conversation about Halloween movies got off track here. Good morning to you on this Monday, October 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off. Let's check in, though, with meteorologist Justin Chambers. He's got to look at our forecast.
So we're talking about Halloween. Now, the temperatures tomorrow may scare some of you.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm not a fan.
Yep, I'm going to look away now.
I know. Look away now, yes. Today, not too bad. And we may see a couple of showers here as we head later into the day today, but overall, really not tracking much in the way of actual rain. You can see a lot of that cloud cover that's out there over the inner harbor this morning. Numbers on the right side of your screen, mainly in the 50s. Statewide, we're in the 50s here for Westminster and Bel Air down through Baltimore City and down through Annapolis. 46 in Cumberland right now. And if you can believe it, these temperatures now now are going to be our high temps tomorrow. Mostly cloudy and cooler. We do see the potential of a few showers today, but those much cooler numbers coming in tomorrow. Your morning drive is fine. Mid to upper 50s as you get out and about over the next few hours as well. And we stay mainly dry. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Another violent weekend for Baltimore in the books. 5 people have been shot. 2 are dead, and this all happened since Friday. The latest, as you take a look at our map here, actually happened just after 11 a.m. Police say that they found a body burning in East Baltimore, and it's being investigated as a homicide.
Now, this came on the heels of an already violent week. Starting Sunday, October 9th, through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot. 5 of those died. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it is once again outpacing last year.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from East Baltimore with a closer look at the recent deadly violence and what this means for the city. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, the most recent incident happening just yesterday when police found a body burning in East Baltimore, which is not far from this police station right here. They are investigating that as a homicide, and we'll go ahead and pull up scene video from the Citizen app when police found that body burning in an abandoned lot late Sunday morning. Baltimore faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason says the community continues to be surrounded by so much death and violence.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today. A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed, living seriously depressed.
The data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. But despite what the data shows, Dr. Mason says he would like to think that things are slowing down, and he just hopes the violence stops. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open air drug markets. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is not prosecuting many of these crimes, calling them low level. Now, Ivan Bates, the city's likely next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed, and he sat down with Fox 45's Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Bates also telling Fox 45 News that he plans to get squeegee kids off the corner, saying it is not safe for drivers or squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record, and he is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But he says if that doesn't work, he will prosecute. Now, Bates admitted that he disagrees with Mayor Scott about the laws on the books. The mayor saying that squeegeeing is protected under the Constitution. Bates went on to tell us that one of his top priorities is making sure that he and the mayor are on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor several questions about the policies, including, does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crimes needs to happen? Has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? Will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we've not heard back. We will continue to press for answers in the week ahead.
Bates also discussing recent developments in the Adnan Syed case, technology in the city state's attorney's office, and more. Mackenzie's entire 30-minute interview is available right now on foxbaltimore.com. 6:05, and from the Live Center this morning, new images just coming into our newsroom showing a Russian drone strike. Take a look at this video right here. This is in central Kyiv. We are also getting reports here this morning of several apartment blocks damaged. No information of injuries yet. Separately, Russia is blaming Ukraine for a rocket attack, which is currently in an area that is controlled by Russian separatists and was illegally annexed by Russia last month. Ukraine is blaming Russia for an attack that hit a town near nuclear power plants in the southern part of the country. Both of those strikes, by the way, happening over the weekend. It comes as the U.S. and NATO launch nuclear drills today and prepare for Russia to conduct its own nuclear drills by the end of this month. The NATO drill is known as Operation Steadfast Noon, and that takes place every year. This year will involve 14 countries and 60 aircraft, including US B-52 bombers. There are no actual nuclear weapons used, but this comes at a time when some fear that Russia may use one on Ukraine.
We believe it is incumbent upon the United States, working with our NATO allies and partners and other responsible countries around the world, including the likes of China and India, to send a very clear and decisive message to Russia that they should not contemplate the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict.
Russia's nuclear drills will happen before the end of this month. The Pentagon says it will be watching for any strange or unexpected movements from Moscow. That's the latest from our live center.
The Ravens played hard, but still couldn't get the win. Coming up, why the Flock says it is important for them to continue moving after this hard loss.
Yeah, and they're back home coming up on Sunday, where temperatures are going to be great, but we've got a cold snap we've got to get through first. As we look outside with the cloud cover there this morning, we'll take a closer look at your forecast in just a few.
It's 6 games into the season. We're in good position, big picture-wise. Let's get to where we can be and where we need to be, where I think we all can see we should be. It's our responsibility to do it, though, and we got to go get the job done.
It happened. It's over with. We got to move on to the Browns, but we just can't keep beating ourselves up because that's what it is. It's not our opponent. Obviously, it's NFL team, they're good, but I feel like we just beating ourselves with little mistakes here and there.
The Ravens are waking up this morning dealing with a tough loss against the New York Giants. The Flock had the game in the bag late, but just couldn't secure the win. The loss for the Ravens definitely stings, much like the losses to Miami and Buffalo this season. Now the Ravens are 3-3, but it's time to start thinking about the next game. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium will be filled with Purple Pride as they take on the Cleveland Browns. Kickoff is at 1.
We ask you, what about this team has frustrated you the most through the first 6 games of the season? Here's some of the responses coming in, and I think Kim says it pretty well here. They write, it's not the 3 losses. A 3-3 team isn't outstanding, but it isn't horrible either. But it's the way the Ravens have lost those 3 games that has been just completely maddening. Losing a big lead is tough. Then you've got Danielle saying turnovers, penalties, and they keep folding in the fourth quarter like a cheap tent. It's actually an interesting way to word it, but not inaccurate. Then this person writing in saying defensive communication, poor coaching, and offense lack of big playmakers. So a lot of people trying to figure out what's going on and hoping things turn around for this coming weekend.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah.
A wildfire is rapidly growing in Washington state, while residents are anticipating an abrupt evacuation.
But first, a shooting near James Madison University's campus leaves 8 people injured. What's next for police after finding the man who allegedly fired into the crowd? 6:12, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. It is 6:15, making headlines this morning. A Virginia man is in custody after allegedly shooting 8 people near James Madison University's campus early Sunday morning.
20-year-old Tyree Isaiah Fleming is accused of firing into a crowd at an outdoor gathering in Harrisonburg. The 8 people were wounded in the incident. They are expected to survive.
Fleming, a convicted felon, is facing multiple charges, including attempted murder and aggravated malicious wounding. James Madison University, which is near the shooting location, urged its students to download its safety app as a precaution.
In Atlanta, gun violence interrupted Clark University's homecoming celebration. This was the school's first in-person homecoming since the pandemic. 3 college students were among the 4 people injured. All are expected to recover.
According to an alert sent to students, it may have been a drive-by shooting early Sunday morning. A crowd of students were listening to a DJ just outside the library at the time. Atlanta police say the investigation is ongoing and they won't say if any arrests have been made. The NYPD has made an arrest in the fatal shooting of a 15-year-old on a subway train in Queens.
Authorities formally charged 18-year-old Keandre Russell with murder in the second degree. New York police say Friday's incident grew out of a dispute between 2 groups of teenagers aboard a southbound subway train.
Witnesses say the dispute escalated, resulting in the teenager being shot in the chest. A Good Samaritan tried to help the 15-year-old victim, who was taken to the hospital where he later died. If convicted, Russell faces up to 25 years to life in prison.
Download the Fox 45 News app for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, and weather anytime. Search WBFF in your app store.
6:16 in Washington state, residents are keeping a close eye on a wildfire that is rapidly spreading near their homes.
About 1,000 homes are currently under mandatory evacuation as dry, windy conditions continue to feed the Nakia Creek fire. Residents say they are currently at a level 1 evacuation, which means get ready. Despite not being worried at this point, they still, though, are being very cautious.
We are definitely on alert, but I think protocol is to stay in your homes, don't panic, keep a bag ready in case there's a sudden change.
Make sure you have your gas, get your water, your supplies, anything that you might need to be gone for a few days, clothing, blankets, essential documents.
The Washington State Department of Natural Resources says the fire is about 400 acres and growing.
Happening now, the northeast entrance to Yellowstone National Park is open for the first time since a devastating flood back in June.
It's been quite a time getting it ready. The flood damaged a large portion of the park. The water cut off one of the park's main arteries and isolated some small towns along the northern gateway.
To reopen access, the Park Service paved and expanded another road to reconnect the park to Gardner, Montana. The Park Service says 99% of Yellowstone's roads are back in service. It is 6:18 now. Time to get another check on our forecast.
We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here to let us know how it's feeling.
I got to tell you, it feels like fall, ladies. I was at the Oktoberfest in Havre de Grace over the weekend. Claudia, by the way, in Bel Air watches our show. Appreciate you saying hi to us this weekend. Great weather for that there. The Oktoberfest beer was flowing, and we were trying to support Troop 801 out there in Harford County. Erica and the folks were doing their thing. And, you know, they had some brats, they had some burgers, and obviously a lot of beer. It was a good time for sure. Now, our Towson camera right now looking good at this time. Mainly dry conditions. We're really not tracking any rain. You can see our HD radar is all quiet. We've got a lot of cloud cover. The rain right now is in far southern Maryland and parts of Virginia out toward the eastern shore and the southern part of the Chesapeake Bay. But basically what's going on is this next weather maker. That's going to be this cold front that's coming in. You can already see some snow developing in parts of Wisconsin this morning. That colder air is making its way here. And we've already got freeze watches posted for Allegheny and Garrett counties tonight through tomorrow morning. Now, not here at home, but it will definitely be a lot colder tomorrow morning. By the time you'll get up, you'll definitely need some of the warm beverages. As you rise and shine with us over the next couple of hours, mid to upper 50s, mainly cloudy skies, and may see a stray shower later on today. Not really expecting much in the way of rain this morning. Sun not up until 7:18. Hank the Bird, good morning, Hank. Yeah, I know, he's bummed out about the Ravens too, but it's all good. They're back at home this upcoming Sunday afternoon. Should be great weather for that. And overall, we're talking about mid to upper 60s, even a few lower 70s for you this afternoon. Those numbers are close to average, but there's that cold air in the upper Midwest, 30s and 40s for Minneapolis and Chicago. Those are high temps today. We'll tap into some of that colder air tomorrow. As that cold front comes through, a couple of showers are going to be possible moving through this afternoon, but overall, we do stay mainly dry. 2 weeks from today is Halloween, and let me show you, we've got Halloween pet pics. Milo and Minnie, and we think it's a Rambo and a Pennywise pet display right there. Thank you, Tiffany, for posting that picture. We know you love dressing up your pets. I don't know if the pets enjoy it as much. Maybe they do, but either way, let me get your Halloween pet pics over the next couple of weeks, and we'll post them on TV. It's JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Chime in on our website, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, all of the ways to get a hold of us. Just send us those pet pics and we'll put them on TV. Dressed up, of course. So 70 today. Look at those numbers. Only 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday. We do see a nice rebound. Thursday and Friday looking great and a fantastic looking weekend with highs back into the lower 70s. Just in time for Ravens to get that victory back here at home. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. To our Len Stoller Traffic Network we go, and we're looking pretty good. We've got green on our map here. Pretty much everywhere you look, great time to get up and get moving. Let's get a check now on our MTA service. We've got Mark Jones joining us. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 400 operating with a 15 to 20-minute delay, and we've got 10 train 511 running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel in those instances. Out there on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way. On time service in both directions of Light Rail Link and Metro Subway Link, good to go for travel between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, delay free. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Former President Donald Trump is not backing down. Still to come, the controversial comments he made on Truth Social that are sparking backlash.
Surgery is often life-saving, but a new study reveals that in 2020, doctors performed tens of thousands of unnecessary procedures. Next, how you can find out if you are truly getting the care you need.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is 6:25. For a serious medical condition, surgery is often life-saving, but a new report finds that doctors performed tens of thousands of unnecessary procedures in 2020. Consumer Reports has important advice on how to have an open and frank discussion with your doctor to be sure that you're getting the care that you really need.
instances, these are life-saving procedures. However, in a number of cases, a patient's condition could also be well managed with a less invasive treatment that was just as effective.
So if your doctor recommends a surgical procedure, have an open and honest talk about the benefits and risks. Not sure where to begin? Consumer Reports has 2 easy questions to get that conversation started. The first, if your parent or child had this condition, would you recommend this procedure?
This forces your doctor to sort of take a moment and pause. It also helps them connect to what you're experiencing as a patient.
And the second question, what alternatives are there?
You want to know, for instance, if there are other appropriate options that may be less invasive, have fewer potential side effects, or require less healing time.
Well, another question that you can ask is, how much will this cost me? Because of the recent No Surprises Act, healthcare providers are now required to give you an easy-to-understand estimate explaining what you'll be charged if you do not have insurance or if you choose not to use it. Well, coming up this morning, meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to take a look at some cloudy skies out there right now ahead and how our temperatures are going to be holding up.
Former President Donald Trump is hosting a fundraiser for Dan Cox today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all the details of that event, plus find out where the polls stand right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our Monday forecast.
Yeah, good morning, ladies. And looking over the cloud cover that we're seeing right now, this is from the top of the Transamerica building, our Toyota Inner Harbor Sky Cam. And that's basically what we're going to see throughout the day today. Mostly cloudy skies, may get a stray shower or two as we get later into the morning and early afternoon. Numbers are not bad temperature-wise. Mid to upper 50s for Cockeysville and Towson. Straight down the JFX to Baltimore City. 58 in Woodlawn. Glen Burnie, you're waking up close to 60 right now. Now, we are tracking a few of those showers later today. Not a lot of rain. Definitely will feel that cold tomorrow, especially tomorrow morning. So your morning drive looking good now. Probably don't need the heaters, maybe a crack of the window on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. 70 for our high today, even with the cloud cover and the chance for a shower or two, but only mid to upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday. We're back in a few minutes with another look at exactly what we can expect as we get into our brand new week. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage. A conversation with candidates for Maryland governor about their plans for Baltimore.
The faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development, or BUILD, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. The group tells FOX45 News that Dan Cox had agreed to attend but then canceled yesterday. Wes Moore says he plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas, in the communities, and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Wes Moore says that Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump.
Olivia Dance joins us this morning from East Baltimore with more on the fundraiser event that the former president is having for Cox. Olivia?
Good morning. And yet today, former President Donald Trump is set to host a fundraiser for Dan Cox at his Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. And while the former president has endorsed Cox, current Governor Larry Hogan has not offered his support. And this event comes as Cox is falling behind in fundraising compared to his Democratic opponent, Wes Moore. The two gubernatorial candidates faced off in a hotly contested debate last week. Take a listen.
Frankly, I'm standing on stage right now with an extremist election denier.
This is outrageous and ridiculous. We are bigger than middle school name calling, sir.
Cox has unsuccessfully challenged Maryland's ballot counting process, allowing the counting of mail-in ballots before Election Day. A recent poll shows Moore with a double-digit lead over Cox. So this fundraiser comes at a critical time for him. Several prices are listed on the flyer for today's event, including $25,000 to pose for a photo with Trump and Cox, and over $1,200 per person for a private reception. And again, we're just weeks away from Election Day, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if this fundraiser today provides a last-minute boost to Cox's campaign. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Here are some key dates to mark down on your calendar. November 8th is Election Day. Early voting opens October 27th and runs through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. 6:34 and from the Live Center this morning, former President Trump is not backing down from the comments that he made on Truth Social that are sparking backlash, with many calling his comments anti-Semitic. To give you full context, we'll show you the post and some of the responses from prominent Jewish organizations. Now, on Truth Social, this is what he said. No president has done more for Israel than he has, going on to suggest Jews in America are less appreciative of his efforts than Christians. He ends the post with the statement, U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel before it is too late. It's not clear what prompted the post, but critics say it pushes the anti-Semitic notion that Jews in America have dual or competing loyalties to the U.S. and to Israel. Now, here's what people are saying about it. Many have responded to what he said. The American Jewish Council Commission said support for the Jewish state never gives one license to lecture American Jews, nor does it ever give the right to draw baseless judgments about the ties between U.S. Jews and Israel. And to be clear, Those ties are strong and enduring. Now, we've got Jonathan Greenblatt, head of the Anti-Defamation League, who goes on to say, we don't need the former president, who curries favor with extremists and anti-Semites, to lecture us about the U.S.-Israel relationship. It is not about a quid pro quo. It rests on shared values and security interests. This Jew-splaining is insulting and disgusting. And then finally, the Jewish Democratic Council of America says more unabashed anti-Semitism from GOP leader Donald Trump, his threat to Jewish Americans, and his continued use of the anti-Semitic dual loyalty trope fuels hatred against Jews. Now, the Republican Jewish coalition hasn't responded to the comments. And of course, Trump's daughter, Ivanka, and her husband, Jared Kushner, both Jewish, both also had key roles in helping further Trump's pro-Israel policies when he was in office. That is the latest from the Live Center this morning.
China's leader now expected to secure his third term as president. Next, what this means for the U.S. and the rest of the world moving forward.
And today, mostly cloudy and a bit cooler with highs in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is tracking a major cool down that will make you want to crank up the heater. 6:36 is the time.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
They say the devil's in the details, in this case, the spinning leaves in the background of this video. Western New York had gusty winds between 40 and 45 miles per hour Saturday, and that got the fall leaves swirling. And check out this weekend scene. One of our meteorologists got out to explore the fall color in North Carolina, not too far from the Georgia line.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back, everybody. We're just at about 6:40 on your Monday morning. Hope you enjoyed the weekend. A lot of cloud cover here. This is from our Towson camera. Still about a half hour or so before the sun actually gets up here today. We are going to track the potential of at least a few showers later today into the early afternoon. But overall, you're still dry. Your morning run not looking too bad. Mid to upper 50s for your jogging cast. Back with your full forecast in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 6:40 and developing now, China's leader Xi Jinping is expected to secure a groundbreaking third term as president.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what would this mean for the United States and beyond that for the world?
Well, no Chinese leader has had 3 terms since Mao all the way back, 50 years ago. So the United States and China have had a pretty frosty relationship in recent years over issues like COVID, the genocide of Uyghur Muslims, and of course, Taiwan. Taiwan, a huge sticking point of disagreement between the two powers. The world paying very close attention to what Xi Jinping said in his opening remarks during a Congress of China's Communist Party. These congresses happen every 5 years. They set the party's agenda, and it's also where the party solidifies their leadership. So it started on Sunday, and it will continue through this week. It looks very likely President Xi will retain his hold on power. Some analysts predicting he's setting himself up for a possible lifelong rule over the country. So a big deal there. During opening remarks on Sunday, President Xi taking a sharp tone on Taiwan, saying China and China alone will decide how and when to bring about unification. President Xi saying China reserves the right to use force and all means necessary for the reunification. He warned against external interference in the Taiwan matter. This in apparent reference to the United States. Taiwan remains determined to maintain their independence. Earlier this year, tensions between the United States and China intensified over House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to the island nation. China not very happy at all about that trip. The Communist Party conducted military exercises around Taiwan after Pelosi left as a show of force. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you.
More community colleges are providing opportunities to minimize the teacher shortage, how you can further your education as well as the next generations.
In January, Ivan Bates will take on the new role as city state's attorney. Still to come, what this will mean for you. 6:42 is the time.
.644 and topping your morning rush, the Ravens are recovering from a tough loss against the New York Giants. How the team is trying to keep their head high before this weekend's game. Both candidates for governor were invited to the faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development last night. Wes Moore showing up, but Dan Cox faces questions after not attending. And another violent weekend for Baltimore in the books. 5 people shot, 2 of them dead, all since Friday night.
Now, the latest violence is being investigated as a homicide. Police found a body burning in East Baltimore around 11 yesterday morning. Olivia Dance joins us now live with the details. Olivia.
Yeah, Patrice, as you mentioned, police found that body burning in East Baltimore, which is not far from this police station right here, and they are investigating it as a homicide. But the data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And the month of October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, hear from how one community leader is reacting. Back to you.
All right, Olivia, thank you. As a way to help ease the national teacher shortage, some community colleges are offering more teaching degrees, and this includes institutions in states like Washington, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Nevada, New Mexico, several of them doing this. Community college-based programs allow for people to maintain work and family schedules while pursuing teaching options. Now, here in Maryland, some community colleges have degree programs for teachers, but not all education levels are available. 51 community college teaching programs have begun since the early 2000s.
I think you had to do something.
Yes.
To catch up with the amount of teachers that have left the profession.
It just makes sense. It's an easy way to do it. They're experienced. They're getting the knowledge they need. And I think they're ready for it.
And community college, what a great option, too, because it is so convenient. And especially with the proliferation of online learning, not only, you know, just what we've done for the last couple of years, but I mean, that's really become a thing where you can get degrees online that are significant, and it's all the great teaching that you need. Yeah.
I know that they have resorted to just bringing in some people who don't have teaching degrees, who don't even have teaching backgrounds. So if you can put someone there who at least has begun to have a legitimate teaching background, I think that's probably preferred.
I agree.
So,
all right.
You ready for Halloween?
No.
What do you mean, no?
Yes, I am. It's that time of year. I'm excited. I don't know. I don't
ready
like scary.
For Hallmark Christmas movies that start this weekend. They always start around Halloween time. So
there were some in September too.
It'd be good to watch Christmas movies tomorrow and on Wednesday, because it's going to be cold.
It's going to be cold.
Oh my gosh.
Or colder.
And we're still in soccer season.
Oh yeah.
So this is like
now look, let me tell you, if
kids.
you got soccer matches this weekend though, Meg, and
we do.
Patrice, well, great weather then. I mean, we're talking temperatures in the 70s, a lot more sunshine. It's just the next couple of days that are going to be quite a bit colder. We do have some cloud cover that's hanging around right now. Our live cam here from the top of the Transamerica building. You can see those cloudy skies, but we're not tracking rain with the clouds. Now, we may get a few showers later today. On our HD radar, everything is quiet right now. The only rain that we're seeing is out toward the eastern shore and well to parts of southern Maryland down through Virginia. Now, this is our next weather maker. It is going to be a strong cold front that'll come through the upper level low in the Great Lakes region, bringing snow showers already to parts of Wisconsin. Chicago expecting a couple of inches of snow by the time we head toward tomorrow. Now, all of that cold air is going to be making its way here tomorrow as our next weather maker, and that's going to be some of the coldest air of the season by far. In fact, Garrett and Allegheny counties already have freeze watches posted through early tomorrow morning. So the growing season there coming to an end, because we're going to see some of the freezing conditions there. Temperatures in the 30s. We're going to wake up in the 40s tomorrow morning here at home, but we're talking about as the kids get out to the bus stop today, beep, beep, not much happening out there. 57 by 7 a.m., upper 60s by noontime, and into the later part of the afternoon. Even with the cloud cover, our temperatures will still be in the upper 60s and into the lower 70s. That's the average high right there. You can see that number, 68 today, mid 60s for you. Westminster and Eldersburg and Carroll County will keep those 60s going for the Hereford zone and Reisterstown down to Cockeysville, 68 Perry Hall and White Marsh, even close to 70 in parts of Dundalk and Baltimore this afternoon. Now, notice where the cold air is. This is what we're talking about. 49 in Cleveland today, 51 in Pittsburgh, but Right here in the mid-Atlantic, we get at least one more day with those temperatures that are close to average. Here comes the cold front. As it passes through this afternoon, we'll pick up the potential for a couple of showers. We're dry tomorrow, but quite a bit colder. And then late tomorrow night into early Wednesday morning, some of the mountains in the Alleghenies could see a couple of light snow flurries that'll be flying around, but really not too much to get in the way. Now we're continuing our Halloween pet pics, and this is Millie dressed up as a Ravens doggy right there from Mark P. Thank you very much. Millie got the Ravens jersey on, and try to get that good juju flowing to the Ravens for getting another win this upcoming weekend. By the way, let's get them going. We've got another couple of weeks left, so Halloween pet pics. You dress them up. Let's put them on TV. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. I'll be happy to put them on TV for you. So after a high of 70 today, we're only in the upper 50s Tuesday and Wednesday. We're back to the low and mid 60s Thursday and Friday. And as I mentioned, great weather this upcoming weekend, including for that Ravens home game Sunday afternoon. We're back to the lower 70s. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. 6:50 and happening this morning. You have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we are giving away a Seinfeld prize pack full of all sorts of goodies. And if you win that prize pack, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show happening on October 28th at the Meyerhoff.
We'll wait for your call, your cue to call. The caller number 10 will then win the prize pack and be in the running to win tickets to the show. We'll pick the grand prize winner on Friday. You can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
Honoring Traffic Jam Jimmy's legacy. Just ahead here this morning, we're going to talk about the tribute ride and the donation event that is close to Jimmy's heart.
And from the field to the playground, just ahead this morning, the challenge course that you can join in on. And you know what else Jimmy would like?
What's that?
He would like a coffee break.
Let's go ahead and take a coffee break.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Ivan Bates will take on the new role as city state's attorney in January. With a look at his plan for that office and what it will mean for the city, political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So you just heard it in that soundbite right there. One of the big differences in what he has planned versus what has been going on is that he says he plans to prosecute everything that is on the books. He wants the police department to enforce everything that's on the books. How significant will that be?
50% of crime will drop if that's what he decides to do, and I believe him to be sincere. And the fact that he's willing to sit down with Fox, with McKenzie, and talk about these issues in a candid way. And all Patrice, he's just going to do his job. You know, there's got to be some accountability, consequences for committing crime. And he said the first offense, the second offense. But listen, if you're a repeat offender, we're going to throw the books at you, because that's what the books, what's the law on the books ask us to do. And we're going to prosecute these crimes. And he's not talking about racism. He's not talking about gender. He's talking about behavior. If you commit the crime, there's a price you're going to pay. And
he says that, you know, he wants the police to enforce the laws that are on the books, you know, whereas I think the police department said that they had some questions about whether they could or should enforce some laws because they knew it wasn't going to be prosecuted. But ultimately, he has no control over what the police department will do. Do you think they will move forward now with making more arrests and enforcing some of the lower level things that weren't enforced before?
One of the things we have not spoken about here, Patrice, is the fact if law enforcement is out arresting people who continue to do the same crimes, and they know it's just a matter of weeks or months before this person is put back on the street, what incentive do they have to continue to arrest? I think the fact that Ivan Bates is in this position, he's unopposed, he will be the new state's attorney come January 3rd. The fact is sends a message, and then hierarchy and law enforcement and leadership would not want this law enforced. They have to be just as sick of crime. I'm sick of this behavior as anybody else, because it's paralyzing the city. Okay. It's an opportunity for growth, and sometimes you need change to usher that in, Patrice.
All right, Armstrong, we're going to leave it there. Having a little bit of audio issue. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, Mackenzie Frost sat down one-on-one with Ivan Bates last week, and they talked about a number of issues impacting the city. You can watch Mackenzie's entire 30-minute interview right now at foxbaltimore.com.
Shocking 911 calls reveal more about the mass shooting that led to 5 deaths last week in Raleigh, North Carolina. And we want to warn you that some of the calls may be disturbing.
The shooter? He's on camera. The shooter has on camera. A white kid ran out here with a shotgun. He shot somebody.
2 residents on the phone with emergency dispatchers as an active shooter walked through their neighborhood. The 15-year-old shooter was a member of the community, killing 2 people on the street before killing 3 others on a walking path. One of those killed, an off-duty cop. Another victim, only 12 years old, leaving a community rattled.
I have teenagers myself, and it's a tragedy at any point in time. It's tragic for the families, though, that are suffering right now.
The 15-year-old suspect is critically wounded and is in the hospital. Prosecutors say they plan to charge him as an adult.
In California, Stockton police believe they've captured a serial killer responsible for 6 deaths. The suspect has been identified as 43-year-old Wesley Brownlee. Stockton police say ballistics evidence linked the same gun to all the shootings. A 7th victim was shot but survived. They say the suspect was taken into custody early Saturday morning after a tip from the public and police work. The district attorney's office is reviewing the case to prepare murder charges.
The month of October has been particularly violent in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all details on the latest incidents, plus hear how community leaders are reacting.
Breaking this morning, Russia unleashes a drone attack in the capital of Ukraine. The new images coming in right now.
Temperatures are not bad this morning. We are tracking the potential for a few showers and a big cool down this week. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, October 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Tom Rogers is off this morning. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here taking a look at our forecast.
Yeah, and it's not too bad right now, ladies. But just know tomorrow morning we're going to have to be bundling up because it's going to be cold.
Not liking that.
I know. A lot of people are not liking that. So the hate mail is already flooding into the office back behind me. Let's take a look outside and see what's going on. Here's a look at the cloud cover that we're seeing right now from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. It is a cloudy start to the morning, and we're going to keep those clouds around. Again, we may see a few showers later today. We're not tracking a whole bunch of rain, and temps are going to stay pretty moderate, actually, in the mid to upper 50s, as you can see right there in your screen. Columbia, you're waking up to 55. In Laurel, you're at 56 right now. Mostly cloudy and cooler. Now, we do have the chance to see a couple of showers here later this afternoon, and then much colder for tomorrow. Overall, though, your morning drive is fine. We're talking about dry conditions and keeping those numbers in the 50s, and we should actually top out in the upper 60s today, with some of us close to 70 degrees, even with the cloudy skies we're expecting. We'll continue to take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are hearing about a disabled vehicle on 95 southbound near Keith Avenue, so just watch for any backups in that area.
7:01, another violent weekend for Baltimore in the books. 5 people have been shot. As you take a look at our map there behind us, we know 2 of them are dead, and this was all since Friday night. The latest happening just yesterday, soon after 11 a.m. Police say they found a body burning in East Baltimore, and it's now being investigated as a homicide.
Now, this came on the heels of an already violent week. Starting Sunday, October 9th through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot. 5 of those died. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it is once again outpacing last year.
We have Olivia Dance joining us live now from East Baltimore with a closer look at the recent deadly violence and really what this means for the city. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, the most recent incident happening just yesterday when police found a body burning in East Baltimore, which is not far from this police station here, and they are investigating it as a homicide. We'll go ahead and pull up scene video from the Citizen app when police found that body burning in an abandoned lot late Sunday morning. Baltimore faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason says the community continues to be surrounded by so much death and violence.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today. A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed, living seriously depressed.
The data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. But despite what the data shows, Dr. Mason says he would like to think that things are slowing down, and he just hopes the violence stops. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open-air drug markets. We know Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is not prosecuting many of these crimes, calling them low-level. But now, Ivan Bates, the city's likely next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed. And as you can see, he sat down there with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Now, Bates also telling Fox 45 News that he plans to get squeegee kids off the corner, saying it's not safe for drivers or squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if that doesn't work, he says he will prosecute. Now, Bates admits that he disagrees with the mayor about the laws on the books for squeegee kids, the mayor saying that squeegeeing is protected speech. Bates went on to tell us that one of his top priorities is making sure that he and the mayor are on on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor several questions about the policies, including does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crimes needs to happen? Has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? Will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we've not heard back, but we will continue to press the mayor for answers in the week ahead.
Bates also discussed recent developments in the Adnan Syed case, technology in the city state's attorney's office, and more. Mackenzie's entire 30-minute interview is available right now at foxbaltimore.com. From the Live Center now this morning, we have new images just coming into our newsroom showing a Russian drone strike. Let's take a look at this. This drone strike happening in central Kyiv this morning. We are also hearing reports of several apartment blocks that have been damaged. No reports of any injuries yet. Now, separately, Russia is blaming Ukraine for a rocket attack in Donetsk, which is currently controlled by Russian separatists and was illegally annexed by Russia last month. Ukraine is blaming Russia for an attack that hit a town near nuclear power plants in the southern part of the country. Both of those strikes happening over the weekend. It comes as the U.S. and NATO launch nuclear drills today and prepare for Russia to conduct its own nuclear drills by the end of this month. The NATO drill is also known as Operation Steadfast Noon, and it takes place every year. This year will involve 14 countries and 60 aircraft, including U.S. B-52 bombers. There are no actual nuclear weapons used, but this comes at a time when some fear that Russia may use one on Ukraine.
We believe it is incumbent upon the United States, working with our NATO allies and partners and other responsible countries around the world, including the likes of China and India, to send a very clear and decisive message to Russia that they should not contemplate the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict.
Russia's nuclear drills will happen before the end of this month. The Pentagon says it will be watching for any strange or unexpected movements from Moscow. That's the latest from our Live Center.
All right, here we go. The Ravens blow yet another fourth quarter lead. This time it happened against the New York Giants. The Ravens took a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter when Lamar Jackson connected with Mark Andrews, but then mistakes down the stretch cost them the win. Jackson with 2 turnovers late in the game, one leading to the Giants' go-ahead score. The Ravens lose it 24-20. The Ravens are now 3-3, but for them, and hopefully for all of us, it's time to just start thinking about the next game. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium will be filled with purple pride as they take on the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and the Browns lost yesterday to the Patriots.
Yeah.
The Steelers got the win, so they beat the Bucks, Tom Brady and the Bucks, which...
You should have seen Tom Brady on the sideline.
Yeah, that's...
Spitting, screaming at his
He's such a petulant little child. Like, whatever. And we played the Bucks on the 27th on Thursday Night Football. The Ravens
But the Ravens here, in the days leading up to, you've got to dissect what's happening in that fourth quarter. You know they're a good team. You know that they've got all the tools. So what's happening in that, and why can't you turn that around?
But we're still in first place.
Yeah.
in an AFC North that is like nobody wants to win it. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, what are we going to do?
I don't know, but I'm in total agreement. You got to figure out what's happening right there, because we are great up until that point, and then we lose all stamina, all mental.
Yeah. And that's,
like
I think
we've done the mental
then.
and the physical. I don't know. We just kind of peter out, and I don't know what that is.
All right.
I don't know. I think back to like days of an athlete and my coach saying that at the end, you've gotten to that point. It is in your head at that point. You've got to finish.
Mental game. We know that. Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, they're going to win next week.
And when they do, you can show your purple pride. We've got some pictures. Actually, people, you know, win or lose, you carry that pride with you. This one coming in through our Chime In app, getting ready for Sunday's countdown here. Look at all these pictures coming in. If you want to submit your family, your pets, and your purple pride, just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
I like it.
Pretty cute.
All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Yeah, and by the way, too, you know, this forecast Sunday looks amazing. We're talking about sunny skies, low 70s, those fall colors popping for sure. So we can look forward to that. We've got to get through the next couple of days that are going to be a little bit on the colder side. We've got the cloud cover that's out there right now from our Towson camera. Sun coming up here in just a little bit. Statewide, our numbers are in the 40s out west and mid to upper 50s for most of us along the Chesapeake from Bel Air and Baltimore down into Annapolis. Annapolis, 56 in Laurel, 58 officially in Annapolis right now. So if you're out for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours outdoors, no issues. We see the clouds that are with us, may run into a shower or two later today, but we're still going for a high close to 70 degrees, even with the cloud cover that'll be around, and the sun will be up until 6:25 tonight. Those daylight hours are definitely shrinking. We'll take a closer look at that cold air that's moving in on our next weather maker, and we'll do that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, that sounds good, Justin. Out on our roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network pulled up here, and not pretty right now. We've got a disabled vehicle causing some pretty significant backups. This is right at the Fort McHenry Tunnel. In fact, that's a live look from above the tunnel right near O'Donnell Street, and we're just inching along right there. Try to avoid it if you can.
710 Aberdeen says it has one of the scariest haunted attractions in our area.
So we sent Mark Clark to check it out. He's live with what is coming up this morning in Baltimore.
That's right, guys. Legend of the Fog. 100+ ghouls and goblins out here. Over 16 years, they've been frightening the area, and this season is no different. We'll get into that coming up on Fox 45. Don't be frightened, Patrice.
Oh, but I am.
I'm going to move to the next story. All right, Mark, thank you. Here's a look, meantime, at the stories making headlines this hour. Dan Cox, the Republican nominee for Maryland governor, is in Florida today for a fundraiser with former President Trump. What we know about his Mar-a-Lago event as we count down to Election Day.
Breast cancer can impact 1 out of every 8 women throughout their lives. Treatment is possible, but early detection is key. A medical expert is joining us after the break as we shine a light on breast cancer this month. 7:11 is the time.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
It is 7:14. According to medical experts, 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer in their life, and there are effective treatments to manage this disease, but early detection is key. It's crucial. And as we recognize Breast Cancer Awareness Month, Dr. Priyanka Mittar, a board-certified medical oncologist and hematologist with GBMC's Sandra and Malcolm Berman Cancer Institute, is joining us live to weigh in. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Thanks for having me today.
Let's start with the early signs of breast cancer. Any symptoms or things that we should be looking for?
Yeah, great question. So early signs can include physical changes such as dimpling in the breast, nipple changes, skin changes, or anything that a woman may feel that just doesn't feel right, such as a mass or a lump in the breast or under the armpit.
How often should women be getting screened?
Yeah, so I mean, symptoms, some women may not even have symptoms. They can vary from different patients. So that's why mammography is so crucial. So personally, I think it's very reasonable to start thinking about this after the age of 40. And depending on your family history or risk factors, maybe even earlier.
And then if something is found during one of those exams, what happens next? What's the treatment for this?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot we can do if we find this early. Usually it will include some additional pictures, a biopsy. Here at the Women's Center at GBMC, we have a lot of resources to help women and walk them through the process.
We talk about early detection being crucial. Does it spread fast?
It really depends on the type of breast cancer, but regardless, I think finding it when you have screening or symptoms is imperative to getting effective treatment.
So often you're asked that question as a woman, does breast cancer run in your family? Are there ways to prevent it? If you are one of those people who does follow that lineage there, can you try to prevent it?
Yeah, so we do have a high-risk breast clinic here at GBMC, and so we have improved our imaging modalities, such as including MRI of the breast for certain women. And also, I think incorporating a healthy lifestyle with physical activity, limitation of alcohol, and more of a plant-based diet has definitely been endorsed by the breast cancer community.
I think sometimes women are afraid to get a mammogram because they might find something. Any advice to those ladies?
No, that's very understandable, but I always say knowledge is power, and here there are things that we can do with the goal of cure. So I encourage all women to think about that this month and schedule their mammogram if they haven't already.
And obviously, we look at women when we talk about breast cancer, but that is not to say that men are not impacted by this.
No, that's a great question. I mean, we all have some men in our practice. So I think for men out there, physical exam is very important because obviously we're not incorporating mammogram, but if a man feels anything such as retraction, puckering, firmness in their chest, it's very important for them to talk to their primary physician.
All right, Dr. Mittar, we can't thank you enough. We appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And make sure that you all send us your health questions and suggested topics to news@foxbaltimore.com with the subject line, Monday Morning House Call.
All right, well, let's get over now to meteorologist Justin Chambers and get a look at our forecast.
Well,
look at all the clouds behind you.
Yeah, there are a lot of clouds. I heard today is National Pasta Day, and I hear do we have somebody coming in later for that? It said it on the sheet.
Oh, we do at 9:45.
Yes, that's awesome. Look, it's going to be a night tonight and tomorrow where you'll probably want some soup, some pasta, some nice warm food, because we are talking about a big drop in our temperature, some of the coldest air we've had so far this season. That's to come tonight and tomorrow. As for right now, yeah, a lot of cloud cover that's out there. We're not tracking any rain at this time. You can see our HD radar is all quiet. The rain is pretty far to the south and to the east of us. So if you are heading down toward the eastern shore, we had some showers earlier this morning. Now really it's the southern tip of Maryland down into parts of Virginia Beach and Hampton there as well. This is the next weather maker, and it's a large cold front that's going to be moving in from the west as we take you into the afternoon. We're already seeing some snow showers in the Great Lakes region. In fact, Chicago could get a couple of inches of snow tonight into tomorrow, and some of us here in some of the mountain locations could actually see some flurries as well as this cold air starts rolling in. Now, this is just a little bit of some Arctic air that's kind of sneaking in to get everybody a preview of what's to come. It's not going to be sticking around for a while, but that's definitely the next weather maker with that cold air on the way tomorrow. Some areas in parts of Maryland, in Allegheny and Garrett counties, already under freeze watches there. Now, these Trees are looking amazing, not only here at home, but especially in Garrett and Allegheny counties. They're already near peak. And if you haven't been out there to see them, or if you haven't even just looked outside your own yards, we're looking at some very nice fall colors. Rise and shine with us next couple of hours, upper 50s and lower 60s. Enjoy a warm beverage. Today, golfers, not bad. Maybe a one club win this afternoon with some of that westerly wind picking up, and we may see a stray shower or two. But overall, our numbers are actually going to stay near average. 68 is our average for October 17th. Mid to upper 60s and lower 70s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air, 68 in Chestertown and Stevensville, and 69 in Annapolis. Now, this is the big temperature drop we're talking about. The average high is 68, so we're going to be well below that tomorrow, Wednesday, and even into Thursday before we see a slight rebound of those numbers right as we approach the upcoming weekend. So as the cold front passes through this afternoon, that's when we could get a couple of stray showers. Again, not really looking for much in the way of rain. Heading toward tomorrow, we're drier but colder. That wind is going to be with us as well. And then Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, here comes some of that little moisture moving into parts of the Alleghenies and some of the western slopes of the mountains in Maryland, where we could see a flake or two flying. But by the time we head into Wednesday afternoon, all of that is gone, and we actually, as I mentioned, start the warming trend toward the weekend. Shout out to Maddie and Cece in Carroll County. We talked about our Halloween pet picks, and Sonny and Annie looking good, trying out their costumes. I can't tell if they're bats or just, Victorian ladies. I don't know what that is. But either way, I like the wings a lot. Thank you, Maddie and Cece. Always appreciate getting those shots from Carroll County. We want to see your Halloween pet pics. We know you dress them up, right? So let us know. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Hit me on Chime In on Facebook, on Twitter, and Instagram. We'll be happy to get your Halloween pet pics on TV. Look at that. Much colder tomorrow. We're waking up in the 40s, 50s for highs. That's it. And then, as I mentioned, we do rebound nicely Thursday and Friday, looking to the low and mid 60s. And hopefully the Ravens can rebound on Sunday afternoon with a high of 72. Should be great football weather here in Charm City on Sunday. Patrice?
All right, let's take a look at what's happening in our Lynn Stoller traffic network. We are still seeing some backups at 95 southbound, right near the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Doesn't look so bad here. Traffic moving along just fine, but just to be sure, give yourself some time if you're headed in that direction.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work, it is time for our Job of the Day. Exelon is looking for a Scrum Master. The position is based in Baltimore and in the IT department. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you are an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Now you can play like a Raven. Straight ahead, the excitement in Owings Mills this morning as a Ravens-themed playground opens. We're going to check out all the amenities.
This morning we're at Legends of the Fog. You never know what's behind you at Legends of the Fog. Fox 45.
$7:25. It is so Baltimore. Get spooked as you explore an imaginative world of scares.
Haunted hayrides, mazes, and hotels will give you a fright at the Legends of the Fog. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark is brave. He went out to Aberdeen to be able to report back to us. Mark.
It's amazing. You know, first of all, coming up on these millions of acres is scary enough, guys, at this early in the morning. But Patrick, you guys are in the spooky business for over almost 2 decades, right?
That's right, 16 years now.
And so, man, tell us about are we outside, right? Everybody's
right.
outside. What are you expecting this season?
So at Legends of the Fog, we have about 40 acres of here between our hayride and 3 indoor haunted attractions. So when you come here, just expect to spend the whole night. Come out, get scared all night. We start in our hayride, and then you go through our Farewell Hotel, our awesome corn maze, and then we finish up at an all-new indoor slaughterhouse. So we're really excited to have all these different things, and there's definitely a scare here for everyone. Pretty much we ask for 10 and up, so it's not for kids.
It feels like Halloween is hot. It feels like this is like really, is it getting every year getting bigger and bigger?
It does, and it gets more intense, and I tell you that the whole entertainment industry steps its game up, so we have to too. So we work all year to make this happen and to make it awesome every year.
Legends of the Fog. I'm telling you, this is the real deal. When I pulled up and I saw those gates, I was like, ah! Come join us.
And now there's fog. Nope.
No, and now there's fog. And when you said slaughterhouse, you lost me and Megan. So you have fun out there.
Good luck, Mark. We're going to put more information for the other brave souls out there on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Relief this morning in Anne Arundel County after a shortage of bus drivers led to some school routes being canceled, those routes that are being restored today.
And Republican candidate for Maryland Governor Dan Cox in Florida for a fundraiser at Mar-a-Lago. The last-minute preparations as we near the midterm elections. It is 7:27. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are welcoming you to a brand new work week with some pretty exciting news. Fox 45 is giving you the chance to see the one and only Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we are giving away a Seinfeld prize pack filled with all kinds of goodies. And if you get your hands on one of those, you are going to then have the chance to win 2 tickets to the show happening next Friday, October 28th at the Meyerhoff.
Our giveaway is happening soon. We're going to tell you when to call. And if you're lucky enough to be the 10th caller, you'll get a prize pack full of all kinds of goodies. All the prize pack winners will then battle it out on Friday for the grand prize, which is 2 tickets to go see Jerry Seinfeld perform live the following Friday. So you gotta win the first part to be put in the drawing for the second part.
It's a pretty big ticket item, too. We were looking up. That would be a nice win.
Well, welcome back to all of you on this Monday, October 17th, 7:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Justin Chambers. I think you do at least one Seinfeld quote a day.
Yeah, that's not there's really anything wrong with that.
No.
I mean, and those tickets seem real and they seem spectacular. So that is just
Are you
amazing.
going to go to the show?
You know, I've seen him at least 3 times.
Okay, you got
so I don't know. My wife might surprise me. It's a good show. He does
really
a good
is.
job. And he does.
And new stuff.
Yeah, he brings in old stuff and new stuff, too. So it's very exciting that he's coming to town. Of course, we air all the old Seinfeld repeats right here on Fox 45. Let's take a look outside right now. No repeating with our weather yesterday. I know we had a lot of sunshine, but those clouds are rolling in right now from our Towson camera. You can see just how cloudy it is. We're tracking the potential of a few rain showers later today, but overall, it's not going to be a lot to help out your yards and your gardens. Maybe getting the Halloween decorations up as we're now 2 weeks out. Upper 60s later today, and some of us actually could hit that 70-degree mark later this afternoon. But again, we are watching for a few of those stray showers. Sun will be up until 6:25 tonight. May get some peaks of that sun popping out later today as well. We'll break down just how much colder we get tomorrow and what we can expect later this week as well, coming up in a few.
All right, Justin, thank you. 7:32 and beyond the podium this morning. We are now 3 weeks out to the November midterm elections, and one of the big races that we're watching is Maryland's next governor.
The faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development, or BUILD, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. Now, the group tells Fox 45 News that Dan Cox had agreed to attend, but then canceled yesterday morning. Wes Moore says that he plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas and the communities and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Moore says that Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump.
Olivia Dance joins us this morning from East Baltimore with more on the fundraiser event that the former president is having for Cox. Olivia.
Good morning. And yet today, former President Donald Trump is set to host a fundraiser for Dan Cox at his Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. And while the former president has endorsed Cox, current Governor Larry Hogan has not offered his support. Now, this event comes as Cox is falling behind in fundraising compared to Democratic opponent Wes Moore. The two gubernatorial candidates faced off in a hotly contested debate last week. Take a listen.
Frankly, I'm standing on stage right now with an extremist election denier.
This is outrageous and ridiculous. We are bigger than middle school name calling, sir.
Now, a recent poll shows Moore with a double-digit lead over Cox, so this fundraiser comes at a critical time for him. And several prizes are listed on the flyer for today's event, including $25,000 to pose for a photo with Trump and Cox and over $1,200 per person for a private reception. And again, we're just weeks away from Election Day, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if this fundraiser in Florida provides a last-minute boost for Cox's campaign. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
7:35 after a bus driver shortage in Anne Arundel County led to crowded scenes like this one. Relief is on the way. This morning, the district is restoring 37 school routes that had to be stopped because there weren't enough drivers to keep them running. 7 of those routes will offer students round-trip transportation. 6 routes will be morning service only, and more than a dozen will handle afternoon transports. School officials also say that they're working on getting more passenger vans that can take kids to school. In Baltimore County, the school system vowing to do more to better protect children. Parents have been voicing their concerns after a number of violent incidents occurred across the district, from all-out brawls in hallways to a student who her family says had to use a baseball bat to defend herself against bullies. Well, after parents staged a rally, school administrators say they won't tolerate the violence.
There is no place in our schoolhouses for aggressive behaviors.
We've strengthened our processes and rules and deployed additional supports to schools.
Baltimore County Council members discussed removing Superintendent Darrell Williams from office back in June due to both the violence and dropping test scores. Williams was never formally asked to leave.
Harford County led the way in allowing restaurants to take their businesses outdoors during the pandemic. How the county is taking another step to give restaurants all the help they can get as we begin to put the pandemic behind us. And a live look now of some pictures outside. Temperatures are going to take a drop tonight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will help you plan your week. It is 7:37 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, a local all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Time right now, we're just about 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock as we look from the top of the Transamerica building. Lots of cloud cover out there. We're not tracking any rain as of right now, but could see a couple of showers later into the day today. But upper 50s here if you're out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. A bit cool. It's going to be quite a bit colder tomorrow. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that coming up in a few.
7:40 and happening today. Baltimore County is opening a new Ravens-themed playground to the public.
It is at the Northwest Regional Park in Owings Mills. The Ravens donated $500,000 toward that playground. The county and state, they also pitched in to make this happen. The playground has a challenge course, a 40-yard dash. There's some slides, and it can also be accessed with a wheelchair. Ravens players will join County Executive Johnny Olszewski and other leaders later this morning to unveil that playground. It looks great.
And it's purple. It's purple and black. You gotta love it. That's pretty awesome. That's right near their facility. Well, traffic jam Jimmy may no longer be with us, but his legacy lives on in the community for sure.
And in so many ways. The community came together on Saturday for this tribute ride in Baltimore County. There were more than 100 bikers that were joining in on this. Toys for Tots also used the opportunity to hold an honorary toy drive, something that Jimmy always took part in.
Yeah.
Toys for Tots was one of Traffic Jam Jimmy's favorite charities, and he actually used to bring Santa Claus to life for many children that were impacted. Perhaps the best tribute to Jimmy is the smiles on the faces of everyone in attendance. He would have loved this, and to see all the bikes and all the people.
We've got our Boss Burgers that's here today, cooking up some great food for everybody. We've got great music. It's just a fun day to get the holiday season started.
The toy run was sponsored by Harley-Davidson of Baltimore, also raising thousands of dollars for the Marines Toys for Tots program. Franklin Square Hospital was another beneficiary, a place that Jimmy frequently visited during the holidays, but that is one of many. Jimmy just helped everyone at the holidays and again brought many faces to life.
He did. Oh, that presence will be missed come the holidays. All right, Harford County is helping restaurants make up business following 2 years of the COVID pandemic. County Executive Barry Glassman will join us live after the break with the new move from the County Council.
The recent massacre in Raleigh reigniting the gun debate. I'm Kayla Gaskins with that story straight ahead.
7:45. Outdoor dining became a big thing during COVID when restrictions were placed on the number of people who could be inside an establishment. In Harford County, the county executive proposing that outdoor dining be extended for yet another year. County Executive Barry Glassman joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning, Patrice. How are you?
I am great. All right, so this is emergency legislation to make this happen. Why did you want to do the extension? Is there still a need for it at this point?
I wanted to do one more extension, and I think the county council will look at making this permanent. But, you know, Harford County was the first jurisdiction in the state to really alter our parking requirements and allow for outdoor dining at our restaurants and other facilities. And I tell you, it proved to be such a success that not only did it help during, you know, some of the peaks of the pandemic, but it also provided these restaurants additional seating capacity and really gave their diners a kind of new atmosphere. So going into the winter months, I wanted to extend it one more time. I think, you know, unfortunately, I think this the COVID pandemic will go up and down, and quite clearly the experts tell us even in the wintertime, as does the flu, we're probably going to see some spikes over the winter months. So it'll simply help provide restaurants with an extra tool, also really provide the county with an extra tool to keep folks separated.
Do you think people really will take advantage, though, as we're going into these colder months? Are they going to want to be outside, even if they have, you know, some kind of heat lamps, or are they going to say, you know what, I'm going inside?
Well, I think what I've seen in Harford County, some of our restaurants have done a wonderful job adapting. Okay. So they have ceiling heaters and sides that they put on their tents and outside patios. So, yeah, I do think folks will take advantage of it. Most of the restaurants have told me it's been an added benefit to them.
Awesome. All right, let me switch gears with you. Since we've got you here, we are 3 weeks out from the midterm elections. You're in the race for Maryland Comptroller. How's your campaign going, and are you expecting a victory come November 8th?
Well, you know, we're grinding away. Yesterday, we received the Washington Post endorsement, so we're excited about that. We're going to work throughout the state for the next 3 weeks and grind it out. And we think we have a path up the middle to provide a check on one-party government in the state. So we're taking that message. And as always, you can only do the best that you can do and present your ideas and your experience out to the voters.
All right. Harford County Executive Barry Glassman, we appreciate your time this morning.
Good to see you all.
7:48 now. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our Monday morning forecast. Oh no, candy bowl.
Right, and 2 weeks from tomorrow, this will be filled, guys. This is what we bring in, right? When all of us are done with all the trick-or-treaters.
We bring in the leftovers.
All the leftovers get in here, and then we just distribute it.
There's no leftovers.
I think there's going to be leftovers.
We always, so we don't have trick-or-treaters at our house, but I always bring in Naomi's candy because she doesn't really eat it. Smart. And I don't want it in the house.
Yeah, you two have kids. Bring in the candy that they don't eat. We'll eat it.
My kids eat them.
Oh, okay.
They eat it. And Smart. So does my husband and my nieces and everyone that walks in the door. And me.
All right. Well, if we have any leftover, we'll try to fill that thing up on Tuesday, November 1st, which is, 2 weeks from tomorrow. But Halloween is coming. It's fast approaching. A lot of great decorations out there. Just a spectacular weekend. Got to spend some time at the Oktoberfest there and Havre de Grace on Saturday afternoon with some Oktoberfest beer, and said a shout out to Claudia and Bel Air, who loves watching the show. Thanks for saying hi, Claudia. A lot of bratwurst out there and beer, and it was a good time for sure. Now, a lot more cloud cover here this morning. This looks more fall-like, right? With upper 50s. We're not tracking any rain at this time, and you can see our HD radar is very quiet. The only rain anywhere basically on our map is in far southern points of Maryland down toward the mouth of the Chesapeake. And we had some showers earlier around the eastern shore. Most of those showers continue to move out of here. Now, we are tracking some showers, and starting off with some snow in Wisconsin this morning. That's going to track down toward Chicago by tonight and into tomorrow morning. That large area of low pressure. It's an upper level low over the Great Lakes region. All of that cold Arctic air filtering in. And you can see what's going to be taking place with our next weather maker. There's that low right there. This is Monday afternoon. Watch watch what happens tomorrow as all of that cold air slides to the south and is going to be impacting us here at home, as well as areas across the eastern half of the U.S. and the Central Plains. Look at these. All those purple areas are freeze warnings. The entire state of Kentucky and Tennessee under freeze warnings tomorrow morning. We've got some freeze watches posted for Garrett and Allegheny counties here as well, and we may even get some upslope snow showers early Wednesday morning with some of the mountain locations. Don't worry, it's temporary. We've still got a lot of fall to go. Upper 50s as you get the kids out to the bus stop this hour. Beep, beep, 67 by noon, and we'll be in the upper 60s this afternoon, and some of us even close to 70 degrees later today, even though we have the cloud cover around. Now, we'll wake up tomorrow morning in the 40s, only to the 50s for our highs on both Tuesday and Wednesday as this cold snap comes through. But we're warming right back up. Low to mid 60s Thursday and Friday, and lower 70s on the way for this upcoming weekend. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, we've got your Len Stoller Traffic Network and our traffic map showing some issues now. Suddenly here this morning, we're following a backup, that one we told you about before near the Fort McHenry Tunnel, causing some major delays. Also backups on the outer loop. You can see them indicated there, and not just yellow, but we got red on that map now this morning.
Debate over gun control takes center stage after another mass shooting in our nation. The push from Democrats and the promise from the president.
And ahead in our next hour, we're going to take a look at the work of outgoing Maryland Comptroller Peter Franchot and the task ahead for the next comptroller.
And as we prepare for the cold weather that Justin says is coming tomorrow, we need something warm.
Yeah, it seems like the perfect time for a coffee break as the sun comes up. A 15-year-old is accused of killing 5 people in a North Carolina neighborhood last week.
It is the latest act of mass gun violence in our nation, reigniting calls for stronger gun laws.
And President Biden is clear about what he wants to see happen. Sinclair's national correspondent Kayla Gaskins explains.
President Biden using this opportunity to renew calls for an assault weapons ban. This comes as a handful of states are in the process of passing their own restrictive bans following this summer's landmark Supreme Court ruling on guns that struck down a 100-year-old New York gun law. Raleigh, North Carolina, experiencing a heartbreak too familiar to many Americans. At least 5 fatally shot on Thursday, more injured. In President Biden's statement Friday, he expressed his condolences to the families, then renewed calls for an assault weapons ban. Law enforcement officials in Raleigh have not disclosed what type of firearm was used in the attack. Gun rights activists quick to fire back.
Look, if gun control really made people safer, then cities like Chicago and Washington, D.C. would be utopias.
The fallout of the Supreme Court's landmark ruling this summer, upending gun laws in 6 states, has yet to settle. On Thursday, New Jersey state lawmakers unveiling the strictest gun laws yet in retaliation to the ruling. In New York, a legal battle remains underway. A federal court ruling Wednesday their new gun restrictions can stay in place for now. This week in West Virginia, a federal judge blocking a law banning possession of firearms with serial numbers filed off or otherwise removed, citing the Supreme Court's ruling on guns. The judge writing in the final opinion, quote, "Firearms with no serial number are just as bearable as the same firearm with the serial number." The tug of war between state legislatures, the courts, and activists on both sides of the gun debate, showing no sign of resolution anytime soon. I'm Kayla Gaskins reporting.
Baltimore is on the path to see another year when more than 300 people have been murdered. Coming up, the promise incoming city state's attorney Ivan Bates is making to crack down on crime.
The month of October has been particularly violent in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, all details on the latest incidents, plus hear how community leaders are reacting. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, October 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders. Let's get it started with meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at our forecast and enjoy today because tomorrow's different.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit different too, Patrice. I mean, we had a great weekend, right? A lot of blue skies out there. Those trees are really pretty. Yeah, a lot of great colors. Just around here in Western Maryland, even better colors there. But we've got a lot of cloud cover right now, and this is what it looks like out over the Inner Harbor. Now, we're not tracking rain. We still could see a few showers a little bit later today, but overall, not much in the way of actual rainfall will be around. Mid to upper 50s is where we are temperature-wise from Cockeysville out through Woodlawn into Baltimore City. These are going to be the high temperatures tomorrow. So yes, enjoy today with those near average temperatures and a few showers around. Much colder air rolls in starting on Tuesday. Your out and about cast over the next couple of hours, upper 50s and low to mid 60s, keeping those clouds around as well. We'll break down exactly what we can expect with your forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
Thank you, Justin. 8:01 now, another violent weekend for Baltimore in the books. 5 people have been shot, 2 are dead, all since Friday night. The latest happening just yesterday, soon after 11 a.m. Police say they found a body burning in East Baltimore. It is being investigated as a homicide. Now, this all came on the heels of an already violent week. Starting on Sunday, October 9th, through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot, 5 of them died. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it is once again outpacing last year. Olivia Dance is joining us now live from East Baltimore with a closer look at the recent deadly violence and what this means for the city. Olivia?
Yeah, Patrice, as you just mentioned, the most recent incident happening just yesterday when police found a body burning in East Baltimore, which isn't too far from this police station here, and they are investigating it as a homicide. We'll go ahead and pull up scene video from the Citizen app when police found that body burning in an abandoned lot late Sunday morning. Baltimore faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason says the community continues to be surrounded by so much death and violence.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today. A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed, living seriously depressed.
The data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. Despite what the data shows, Dr. Mason says he would like to think that things are slowing down, and he just hopes the violence stops. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open-air drug markets. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby not prosecuting many of those crimes, calling them low-level. Now, Ivan Bates, the city's next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed. He sat down with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law is on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Bates also telling Fox 45 News that he plans to get squeegee kids off the corner, saying it is not safe for drivers or squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if that doesn't work, he says he will prosecute. Now, Bates admits that he disagrees with the mayor about the laws on the book for squeegee kids. The mayor saying that squeegeeing is protected speech. Bates went on to tell us that one of his top priorities is making sure that he and the mayor are on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor's office several questions about the policies, including, does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crime needs to happen? Has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? And will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we have not heard back, but we will continue to press the mayor for answers in the week ahead. Now, Bates also discussed recent developments in the Adnan Syed case, technology in the city state's attorney's office, and more. McKenzie's entire 30-minute interview is available right now at foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News will have a close eye on the city council this week ahead of some big meetings. On Wednesday, the council will hold an informational hearing about the use of surveillance technology, particularly facial recognition technology. On Thursday, the Legislative Oversight Committee will hold a hearing on the Safe Streets program. Fox 45 News has been investigating that program for months, and council members will question the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement about that program. Following that hearing, the committee will hear from the director of the Baltimore City Board of Elections about the June primary election and some of the problems that we saw during the election process. Fox 45 News will follow all three hearings and keep you updated, both on air and online. 8:06 now from the Live Center this morning. New images just into the Live Center showing a Russian drone strike in central Kyiv. You see that there. This morning, we're also hearing reports of several apartment blocks that were damaged. No information about any injuries yet. Now, separately, Russia is blaming Ukraine for a rocket attack in Donetsk, which is currently controlled by Russian separatists and was illegally annexed by Russia last month. Ukraine is blaming Russia for an attack that hit a town near nuclear power plants in the southern part of the country. Both of those strikes happening over the weekend. Now, all of this comes as the U.S. and Nato launch nuclear drills today and prepare for Russia to conduct its own nuclear drills by the end of this month. The Nato drill is known as Operation Steadfast Noon, and it takes place every year. This year will involve 14 countries and 60 aircraft, including U.S. B-52 bombers. Now, there are no actual nuclear weapons used, but it comes at a time when some fear that Russia may use one on Ukraine.
We believe it is incumbent upon the United States, working with our NATO allies and partners and other responsible countries around the world, including the likes of China and India, to send a very clear and decisive message to Russia that they should not contemplate the use of nuclear weapons in this conflict.
Russia's nuclear drills will happen before the end of the month. The Pentagon says it will be watching for any strange or unexpected movements from Moscow. That is the latest from the Live Center. Former President Trump is not backing down. Still to come, the controversial comments he made on Truth Social that are sparking backlash.
Continuing to see those clouds build here this morning. May see a few showers later today. Going to talk about that and the much colder air that's on the way tomorrow. Breaking it all down on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us, won't you?
It's 6 games into the season. We're in good position, big picture-wise. Let's get to where we can be and where we need to be, where I think we all can see we should be. It's our responsibility to do it, though, and we got to go get the job done.
It happened. It's over with. We got to move on to the Browns, but we just can't keep beating ourselves up because that's what it is. It's not our opponent. Obviously, it's NFL team, they're good, but I feel like we just beating ourselves with little mistakes here and there.
Yeah, they can't linger on it, but they do have to figure it out. The Ravens waking up this morning after another tough loss against the New York Giants. The Flock had the game in the bag late, but they just couldn't secure the win. This loss for the Ravens definitely stings, much like the losses to Miami and Buffalo this season. The Ravens now 3-3, but as you heard Lamar and the coach say, it is time to start thinking about the next game. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium will be filled with Purple Pride as the Ravens take on the Cleveland Browns. Kickoff is at 1. America's beloved sports car is pausing production when General Motors says that they expect operations to go back to normal. And State Comptroller Peter Franchot is preparing to leave public office after nearly 40 years. The legacy he's leaving behind. 8:12 is the time.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It's a little disappointing to lose the governor's race, but that's okay. I feel terrific about my legacy and my time in public service.
After nearly 40 years in office, State Comptroller Peter Franchot is preparing to leave public office. As Comptroller for the state of Maryland since 2007, Franchot has worked under Democratic and Republican governors. David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joins us this morning to discuss Franchot's legacy and what Marylanders can expect when a new comptroller is elected. David, good morning. Franchot already said we're going to miss him when he's gone.
Good morning, Patrice. And he's right.
Marylanders will miss him because he leaves behind a legacy of fiscal responsibility, of working with Democrats and Republicans, and also disagreeing with Democrats and Republicans. If you look at his history as comptroller, it's really fascinating because he's a Democrat, but he had some really high-profile disagreements with Governor O'Malley at the time. And this centered around the gas tax. Governor O'Malley wanted to raise the gas tax. Peter Franchot said, no, don't raise the gas tax. He's had disagreements with Governor Hogan. These emergency COVID contracts, Franchot said, no, don't do this. So, he really is an independent thinker. And when you see the decisions that he makes and the things that he says, it really is for the best of taxpayers in Maryland. And he's also, looking out for consumers. He tried to get craft breweries to be able to produce more beer so that the state could have more income when it comes to beer. So I mean, he's really a fascinating guy and someone I've been following for a number of years.
So let's talk about what we should expect from the new comptroller, because as you just said, we've seen one who's worked under Republicans and Democrats buck the system under Democrats when he didn't like what they had to say. What can we expect from the new comptroller? Big shoes to fill, that's for sure. And I don't know if we're ever going to have a comptroller like Peter Franchot again, because politics gets in the way of so many things. And if you look at Peter Franchot, he said, take the surplus, put half of the state surplus in the rainy day fund. A lot of Democrats want to say, spend, spend, spend. He wasn't that kind of Democrat. And like you said, he bucked Democratic leadership with gambling in Maryland, opening that 6th casino in Prince George's County. So it's really interesting because for the first time, we're going to, in a long time, a new comptroller. But, kudos to Peter Franchot for really just getting through the political nonsense and really advocating on behalf of taxpayers and consumers. So Maryland is going to miss him. I'm going to miss him. I'm going to put you on the spot. When it comes to the new comptroller, Brooke Learman or Barry Glassman, do you like what you see in one camp versus the other? So I like the youth in both of them. And I think that, Barry Glassman, looks like he has more fiscal background. Again, who knows, right? But I hope they take a playbook, the playbook out of Franchot and see what he did. And really, again, I can't emphasize enough, cut through the political nonsense. Don't look at political parties. Look at what's good for the state fiscally. All right. Thank you so much, David. We appreciate it. Thank you. All right, it's 8:18 now. We want to get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers, get a look at the just cloudy forecast behind you. Yeah, no kidding. And Patrice, did you get anything for our boss? Today is National Bosses Day. I came to work. Oh, that's good. Me too. We're here. Didn't know. I like that. And I believe in Article 16, subsection 3, if I recall correctly, that on National Bosses Day, they're actually supposed to bring in stuff for us. So we can't wait till he gets here. I don't know if David's going to bring anything or not, but I mean, Aaron hasn't brought us anything yet. So our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning. Our cloud cover out there right now, that is exactly what we're seeing. Now, in terms of rain, we're not seeing any. However, the clouds will be around with us throughout most of the day. We may get a few stray showers around lunchtime into the early afternoon, but you can see where most of the rain is. And it was rainier earlier this morning, especially in southern Maryland. All of that continues to track off toward the ocean at this time. This is the next weather maker, this strong cold front that's moving into western Maryland as we speak. This area of low pressure over the Great Lakes bringing snow to parts of Wisconsin this morning. Folks there and in the upper peninsula of Michigan waking up to snow, and probably going to see some measurable snow in Chicago by the time this thing is said and done, all said and done tomorrow and into Wednesday. All of that colder air, part of our next weather maker, moving into the area through tomorrow and into Wednesday as well. And look at this. All of these areas in purple are freeze warnings for a large portion of the Central Plains, including all of Kentucky and Tennessee. We've actually got some freeze watches posted in Allegheny and Garrett County starting tomorrow morning or starting tonight and going into tomorrow morning, as we could see some freezing conditions there. Now, no issues for you golfers today on your forecast. Upper 50s next hour and 60s through the noon hour. Maybe a one club win by the afternoon because that wind is going to pick up later today. We'll still have numbers again for at least one more day in the mid to upper 60s and close to 70 degrees for the afternoon. But look at how those temperatures drop and go below average on our temperature tracker. Only tracking 50s on Tuesday and Wednesday, and even Thursday, still a bit chilly before those numbers come back up. Here comes the cold front. This is what's happening on our future scan. Again, not very much moisture associated with this. We stay dry tomorrow. Tuesday night into Wednesday morning, could see some upslope snow showers in parts of the mountains and
western Maryland here as we get going early Wednesday. Not really going to see much for us here. However, the warmer conditions will persist as we head toward the end of the week. So it is going to be a bit of a shocker here as we'll see the coldest air of the season into Tuesday and Wednesday. We're waking up 30s and 40s, and highs will only be in the 50s. But as we get to Thursday and Friday, numbers get right back to the 60s. And look at this weekend. Again, a spectacular fall weekend on Saturday and Sunday. The final weekend of Renfest. We've got the Ravens game Sunday afternoon with a high of 72. Looks great for some football here in Charm City. Patrice?
Yeah, that's a gorgeous weekend. All right, a popular trail is shutting down today. Still to come why it's closed and how long it'll stay that way.
A ghoulish morning at Legends of the Fog. You never know what will pop up and see you here. We'll talk about it coming up next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
You're snapping now until you see what's coming. It is so Baltimore. Spooky attractions await you at the Legends of the Fall.
Get ready for the fright of your life. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live in Aberdeen with more. Well, he's not that scary. Look at him. He looks good.
Do you see the things around him?
Yeah.
Hey, Mark.
Hey guys, I was laughing at Tom's I don't know what that was. That Arnold Schwarzenegger? I don't know what that was. So we got 3 generations of scary right here. We got Mike, Patrick, and there's Colin. Don't ask, Colin. So Mike, man, what makes Legends different?
Legends is it's been a family event for since we started. It's homegrown, so to speak. We had started building one step at a time, and over the years we got our imaginations going, and life just changed from year to year. And we like what we do, and we have a passion for the haunt, and that makes it good.
I love it. And so, Patrick, your dad, he signed the check to get this party started years ago. And so, you know, again, you guys get bigger and bigger each year, and you got even got a third generation back there.
That's right. It's been great to have the trust in our family. I have in-laws, my wife, my kids, and everyone here, and we all trust each other to do a great job together. But we all put our heads together all year long to think and plan and to make this even better. We have such a great team, and we have over 30 people that contribute to this year-round in their own ways and where they specialize in. It's great.
So this is it, guys. Don't be afraid. This just happens to be 40 acres of fright. And don't forget about Colin back there. You'll see him and his friends.
Listen, we're looking at this on this huge screen, and they keep zooming in to those creepy people, and they're really acting the part. I mean,
they're turn around, Mark. Turn around.
They're convincing.
Wow.
Oh, Lord. What is this?
Exactly. Finally, Mark got spooked. All right, well, if you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslink. Is that your kind of thing? Would you go to that?
No, I don't like those scary hotels. I'm not a fan. So,
okay.
No. All right, 8:26 is your time right now. We'll track more of the forecast, which may scare you a little bit because we've got colder conditions on the way that'll spook you. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
Former President Donald Trump is hosting a fundraiser for Dan Cox today. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll have the details of that event, plus find out where the polls stand right now. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
We are following three big stories for you this morning. It's been a deadly few days here in Baltimore. We're going to take a look at the crime that we saw over the weekend and the impact of it all. Plus, Democratic candidate for Governor Wes Moore addressing some of Baltimore's biggest problems at a neighborhood event, what he's saying about vacant homes and why he says Republican Dan Cox wasn't there. And Election Day is November 8th, the key dates you need to know. Good morning. Thanks for waking up with us. It is Monday, October 17th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It's been a little cloudy so far this morning, hoping to clear up here.
Yeah, and Megan, you and I were talking earlier, but just how pretty those trees are starting to look, especially when you get those beautiful bright blue skies. Unfortunately, today, a lot more cloud cover around and maybe even some rain to knock off a few of those leaves out there. The wind is going to pick up as well. So if you haven't got the leaf raking done yet, just hold off and let that wind blow them into your neighbor's yard. That's what I always say. Looking out over 395 right now at Patapsco River. We did have a little pocket of sunshine that was lighting up some of those trees just a moment ago. Overall, maybe some patchy sun throughout the day. But our yard and gardening cast, speaking of getting in the yard, if you do want to get some of that yard work done, you are good to go. Upper 60s here and even close to 70 for some of us later today, even though we've got the clouds around and a few of those stray showers. But big changes coming starting tomorrow. After a high close to 70 today, we're barely going to get to the mid to upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday. So that colder air will be in place. You'll definitely need that heater. So take a look at the roads right now, Megan, and probably some heaters on maybe out there. I don't know. It's in the 50s. It's not bad.
You're right on the edge.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's what I think.
Yeah,
okay.
It's going to be up to you out there, and you might need it because you're going to be in there a little while. We've got some backups here. This is your Len Stoller Traffic Network. This shot over Towson and Loch Raven, and the good news, we're moving. The bad news, pretty slow out there. Turning now to Beyond the Podium, a conversation with candidates for Maryland governor about their plans for Baltimore. The faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development, or BUILD as it's called, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. The group tells FOX45 News that Dan Cox had agreed to attend but had to cancel yesterday morning. Wes Moore says he plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas and the communities and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Wes Moore says Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump. Olivia Dance joining us this morning from East Baltimore with more on the fundraiser event that the former president is having for Cox. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, today former President Donald Trump is set to host a fundraiser for Dan Cox at his Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. And while the former president has endorsed Cox, current Governor Larry Hogan has not offered his support. And this event comes as Cox is falling behind in fundraising compared to his Democratic opponent Wes Moore. The two gubernatorial candidates faced off in a hotly contested debate last week. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. And a recent poll shows Moore with a double-digit lead over Cox, so this fundraiser comes at a critical time for him. Several prices are listed on the flyer for today's event, including $25,000 to pose for a photo with Trump and Cox, and over $1,200 per person for a private reception. And we're just weeks away from Election Day, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if this fundraiser today provides a last-minute boost for Cox's campaign. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Be sure to check out the Fox 45 News voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Nationally, a new poll has Republicans taking control of the House after the November midterms. The latest CBS Battleground Tracker poll predicts Republicans will snag 224 House seats compared to 211 for Democrats. Still, the poll finds that the Republican lead has narrowed over the last two polls in September and August. It says Republicans have been able to win voters who prioritize the economy, but they haven't been able to grow their share of voters. Democrats, meanwhile, have been able to grow the number of people who prioritize abortion issues. Well, here are some key dates to mark down on your calendar. Take a look. November 8th is Election Day. Then we've got early voting, which opens October 27th and runs through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. From the Live Center now this morning, former President Donald Trump is not backing down this morning from comments that he made on Truth Social that are sparking some backlash, with many calling his comments anti-Semitic. We're going to give you the full context and show you the post and some of the responses from prominent Jewish organizations. On Social Truth, Trump says no president has done more for Israel than he has, going on to suggest that Jews in America are less appreciative of his efforts than Christians. He ends the post with the statement, U.S. Jews have to get their act together and appreciate what they have in Israel before it's too late. It's not clear what prompted the post, but critics say that it pushes the anti-Semitic notion that Jews in America have dual or competing loyalties to the U.S. and to Israel. Well, the American Jewish Committee saying, quote, take a look. Here's the first one coming out. We'll get this one for you this morning. That saying support for the Jewish state never gives one license to lecture American Jews, nor does it ever give the right to draw baseless judgments about ties between U.S. Jews and Israel. Then Jonathan Greenblatt went on to write, we'll pull up his now this morning, head of the Anti-Defamation League, tweeting, we don't need the former president who curries favor with extremists and anti-Semites to lecture us about the U.S.-Israel relationship, accusing Trump of Jew-splaining. And the Jewish Democratic Council of America then calling Trump's comments more unabashed anti-Semitism that fuels hatred against Jews. Well, the Republican Jewish Coalition hasn't responded yet to the comments. And of course, Trump's daughter, Ivanka, her husband, Jared Kushner, they're both Jewish. Both also had key roles in helping further Trump's pro-Israel policies when he was in office. That's the latest from our Live Center this morning. Spooky season is here. Some kids are taking it to the extreme. Still to come, how a Michael Myers mask makes these kids feel invincible. And today, mostly cloudy, a bit cooler with highs in the 60s. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the cooler temperatures as we close in on Halloween. 8:37 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
20 minutes in front of 9 o'clock on your Monday morning. Back at it this weekend. I'm meteorologist Justin Chambers. Happy to be back in America. Looking out right now on our Towson camera. A lot of cloud cover that's there right now. We are going to see temperatures that'll be just a little bit cooler today. There's Hank the Bird on the big screen. Yeah, I know. He's upset about the Ravens, too. But 59 next hour, mid to upper 60s through noon, and we'll be in those upper 60s later today. We are tracking a much colder forecast, especially for tomorrow morning. We'll prepare you for it coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Happening today, a popular trail will be closed as Dominion Energy begins. They're going to be due reconductoring for the week here. This is because crews are doing some work. They're replacing old wires between the transmission structures to increase the capacity. Over months, crews aren't just replacing the wires, but also the aging lattice structures. Dominion Energy says it's all about providing safe, reliable, and affordable electricity.
The wires that are up now were pulled in the 70s when Ashburn was just a farming community. Now with the growth in Ashburn, the wires just aren't, they don't have the capacity needed for the load around here. You can think of it as like a road widening project for electricity.
The trail has to be closed because it is simply not safe when there is a risk of a hot 230,000-volt line nearby. Yep, makes sense. This is a look at the section impacted here. Now, there is a 4-mile detour that will direct trail users from Loudoun County Parkway to Claiborne Parkway on paved paths. So whether you are a pedestrian or a cyclist, just make sure you watch out for those detour signs there. Still to come, sometime this morning, you have the chance to win free Seinfeld gear. Stay tuned because you could win a T-shirt, a beanie, a mug, and a lot more. And take part in all the spooky, scary fun without becoming overwhelmed. Just ahead, how you can make sure that everyone is welcome when trick-or-treating. It's 8:42 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. $8:45, participating in Halloween activities can be fun and exciting, but for children with sensory challenges, It can be scary. To help calm their fears, parents and neighbors, there's a few things that we might all want to consider. This morning, psychologist and behavior analyst at Kennedy Krieger Institute, Dr. Matt Edelstein, is sharing how to make Halloween sensory friendly. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Of course. So what are some of the things that we need to think about when we're putting up our decorations, when the trick-or-treaters are coming? What are some good reminders?
Sure. Well, remember, most of these kids who are trick-or-treating really want to be there. Halloween is fun no matter what your diagnosis or disability is. But we can remember that for kids, unexpected pop-out things, unexpected lights or sounds are really going to be the most challenging for them. So we certainly want people to decorate in any way that they can and feel comfortable doing, but we want to minimize sudden, unexpected things.
If you do have some of those, because I know a lot of, decorations actually have that, are there ways that you can signal, hey, just so you know that there's things popping out at you?
Well, part of what's hard is we don't always know who's coming to our door at any one moment. Right. So if families want to put certain things up in their house, they're also welcome to go to the front of their yard or the front of their driveway to welcome trick-or-treaters. Mm-hmm. That way they can both have the decorations that they're interested in having, but also have a welcoming and kind of safe feeling environment.
For parents with children that have sensory challenges, is there anything else they can be doing when it comes to costumes and making sure that they're enjoying what they're wearing?
Sure. Well, parents are really experts in their kids, and so a lot of families understand where those kids' sensory issues are to begin with. So we don't want to force the costumes that the kids might not be comfortable in, and that's where collaboration and really talking to your child or knowing your child comes into play. All kids have different preferences, and so we want to incorporate those preferences as we prepare for Halloween.
And for trick-or-treaters, when they come to our door, anything that we should be thinking of? You mentioned you don't know who has what. How can we make sure that everyone is okay and happy and safe?
Yeah, sure. Flexibility and tolerance is really important. And so sometimes families are welcoming trick-or-treaters who might seem older than the typical age for trick-or-treating or might not be fully decked out in a costume. And so being tolerant and not judgmental, knowing that sometimes those children are doing their best to participate in a non-traditional way would be a really helpful place to start.
And we were reading the tips right there to make this a good experience. And one of them was kind of having an escape plan. So if it's not going well, how you can get out of there and get home.
That's right. So on the front end, we want to prepare kids for the route so they sort of know what to expect. But if we have a car following us that's ours or family members, or we have somewhere that we can go safely. That way kids don't feel like they have to tough it out if they're starting to feel uncomfortable.
That's a good idea. Dr. Edelstein, some great tips and things to keep in mind as the day, 2 weeks from today nears. We appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
8:48, meteorologist Justin Chambers brought out the candy bowl a little bit ago. It's empty right now for us.
It sure is, Meg, and I don't want to get Teddy upset over here with Planet Fitness.
Oh, that's
because
right.
we're going to work out before we eat our candy, don't you worry, and afterwards as well. Our live cam right now in downtown Baltimore, actually looking okay. Look at that sun starting to poke through just a little bit. So this is what we're going to see today. Mostly cloudy skies, again, some pockets of sunshine here and there, possibly a few stray showers, but overall should still be good to go in terms of anything majorly happening with the wet weather, because all of that is well to the south of us at this time on our HD radar. Our next weather maker is going to be this cold front coming in, bringing a lot of cold air and precipitation to the Great Lakes. Look at what we're seeing right here. The blues right there, Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Upper Peninsula of Michigan, getting snow as we speak. And some of that snow is going to be down towards Chicago late tonight into tomorrow morning. They could get some measurable 2 to 3 inches of snowfall there in the Windy City. Now, all of us here at home are going to get in on some of that colder air while they're dealing with record warmth out in the west. But you can see our next weather maker. This is tomorrow. That low and that cold air starts to sink farther to the south. That's what's going to change up our weather pattern and bring in those colder temperatures. In fact, a large portion of the central plains and the mid-south under freeze warnings tonight into tomorrow morning. We actually have some freeze watches, which means that freezing conditions are possible, not probable. That's going to be for Allegheny and Garrett County through early tomorrow morning. So just be aware of that if you have friends or if you are heading out to the western part of the state tonight. It's going to be a bundle up type night. Now, as for the next 12 hours, you can see Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around a bit here. Upper 60s, even close to 70 by this afternoon, even with the cloud cover. And 68 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 60s across Carroll and Baltimore counties this afternoon. Cockeysville over to Perry Hall and White Marsh. 70 potentially in Dundalk and Baltimore City. And you can see where that cold air is up and down the mid-Atlantic. We still get another day in those mid to upper 60s and lower 70s while it's much colder just to the west. Here comes that front pushing through. That's our future scan. So really not much in the way of precip, especially into tomorrow afternoon. Tomorrow night into Wednesday morning could get some upslope snow showers in parts of the Alleghenies. Just maybe a light dusting there, but overall not really tracking much more in the way of any of that wintry precip. We'll have plenty of time for winter to come. Shout out for our Halloween pet picks. Maddie and Cece up in Carroll County. Sunny and Annie are ready for the season, and the doggies are looking good there. We love to get your Halloween pet picks, your pets dressed up, whatever kind of pet you have. We know we love putting costumes on them. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. So after a high of 70 today, only 57 on Tuesday and Wednesday, we're waking up in the 30s and 40s, but Thursday and Friday looking real nice with 60s returning, even lower 70s by this upcoming weekend. Should be great weather for the Ravens game on Sunday. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is a picture from Kevin with a beautiful shot of that bright moon from a few weeks back. So Kevin, thank you for posting that picture. We'd love to see the view through your window. Go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen. Meg?
Those bat dogs looked familiar. They were cute. Thanks, Justin. All right, looking at our Len Stoller traffic network. Not great, but not terrible. In the yellow, obviously slower than what we're used to, but your longest commute, that's 95 to 83, looking at 16 minutes. We've seen the Beltway backed up a little bit here this morning. Just give yourself some extra time. No major issues, just some delays here. It's 8:51. You hear the music. There are some kids that will cower during horror movies. But these two siblings that we're about to introduce you to actually revel in them. 6-year-old Dominic and 8-year-old Aubriella, they're hooked on horror, and it's terrifying. They love wearing horror movie costumes, trying to scare one another. Their mom, Kayla Lopez, actually documents their shenanigans on TikTok. That's Chucky sleeping next to him. That's a little doll, little scream doll right there. She puts it on TikTok. Their videos are going viral. The latest one has more than 9 million views. I mean, you see these cute little kids that are wearing Michael Myers masks from Halloween, and gets a little scary. We're hearing that the kids actually have weekly screenings of the Halloween movies. My goodness. Happening now. Something not so scary. It is your cue to call in and win a Seinfeld prize pack, and then be in the running to win 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live at the Meyerhoff. This is happening October 28th. Call the number on your screen right now, 410-481-4545. Caller number 10 will win a prize pack, and it's got a lot of good stuff in it. Seinfeld, by the way, airs on Fox 45 weekdays at 11:30 and midnight. Good luck.
It's us together, all of us together.
Ravens head coach John Harbaugh claiming responsibility for both the coaches and the team following yesterday's tough loss to the Giants. Reaction from Baltimore coming up. And love's got everything to do with the newest Barbie doll. Coming up, how trailblazing women are being honored with the newest Barbie collection. And now it's time for a coffee break. It's 8:56. Topping your morning business report, Abbott is issuing a new recall of baby formula. The company now recalling some ready-to-feed Similac liquid formulas due to a bottle defect. Well, the defect may cause the bottles not to seal complete and then therefore could allow the formula to spoil. The FDA says the recall will not affect overall U.S. infant formula supplies or other powder or liquid formulas. Well, some of your favorite soft drinks and snacks are about to get more expensive. PepsiCo is raising prices. It's the parent company of Pepsi soft drinks and snacks like Lay's potato chips along with Doritos. The higher prices have helped PepsiCo's bottom line. The company raised its annual revenue forecast off of recent strong sales. PepsiCo earned $22 billion for its third quarter, with stock shares up 4% after beating estimates. Chevrolet is pausing production of its beloved American sports car, the Corvette, due to supply chain issues. General Motors, Chevy's parent company, says normal operations should resume next week. The Corvettes remain one of the most popular and best-selling sport cars in the U.S. Barbie is paying tribute to the queen of rock and roll in a big way. Meet Tiny Tina Turner, part of Mattel's signature Barbie doll collection, which honors trailblazing women. She's certainly one. Turner's musical career is unmatched as one of the best-selling recording artists of all time. The Tina Turner Barbie will retail for $55 online at Mattel's online store and can also be found at Walmart and Target retail stores. Good skincare doesn't have to break your budget. Genevieve Gorder has a new product that gives you the benefits of a spa visit without leaving your home. Here's America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
Hey, everybody. I have got something for your skin today. I know you love it when I bring you this stuff, and I know you will thank me later. This is the Vanity Planet Facial Steamer. So let's talk about steaming because it has so many incredible benefits. Steaming releases all those impurities that our skin hangs on to. It sloughs off those dead skin cells, which helps if you're prone to breakouts and increases your skin's ability to moisturize. Steaming cleanses your skin and makes your skin clearer and tighter. And who doesn't want that? Plus, it's a great way to prep your skin before makeup. Your foundation will go on so much smoother, and it just feels good on your face. I also love using this when I feel congested. This little device does all of this from the comfort of your own home. You can use it when you need to detox, the air is too dry, it's wintertime, or just after a hard day and you want to treat yourself. Another great feature, you can add your own essential oils and customize the facial steamer with your favorite scent. You guys, our skin is our biggest organ and it deserves some TLC. We are offering you 20% off. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning on this Monday, October 17th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gill. And Monday morning, we had our first winner of our Seinfeld prize pack. Kim from Halethorpe just won, so congrats to Kim. Yeah, big. And now she gets in the running for the Friday show.
Maybe she'll take Justin and his wife. Meteorologist Justin.
Well, there's only 2
Chambers.
tickets.
Maybe she'll just give them to them.
Well, the problem with going with me is I'm going to be quoting all the lines. I'll be like, oh, this is when he talks about this.
Kim, you should take Jess.
Yeah.
Don't take me.
Take his wife.
I'm good. Yeah, thanks, though. Good morning to both of you ladies, and good morning. Congratulations. More winning coming up this week right here on Fox 45. Overall, we are seeing some patchy sunshine that is starting to break out through just a little bit there from our Toyota Inner Harbor Skycam at this time. The cloud cover is around, and that's keeping our temps in the upper 50s, but some of us have already snuck into the lower 60s. Baltimore City at 61. You're at 60 in Glen Burnie this hour. 59 your temp in Joppatowne. Weather story looks like this. Mostly cloudy and cooler. We will see the potential of a few showers this afternoon, and then much colder temperatures on the way tomorrow. So on your yard and gardening cast, if you want to get some of that Halloween decorating done, upper 60s and close to 70 by about 2 o'clock this afternoon. But again, those numbers will drop dramatically tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in just a few. Patrice?
All right, thank you, Justin. Looking now at the Lynn Stoller Traffic Network, and it looks like emergency responders are removing the disabled vehicle that was near the Fort McHenry tunnel and tying up traffic there. So hopefully that will clear that roadway, make it smooth sailing in that area.
It's 9:01. Democrats facing an uphill battle ahead of the midterms when it comes to inflation.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins is joining us live this morning from Capitol Hill. Good morning, Kayla.
Well, good morning, Megan and Patrice. So with the midterms fast approaching, inflation remaining top of mind for many Americans. President Biden and Democrats hoping an economic rebound following their massive spending bills, trillions dedicated to pandemic economic recovery, and that this would help pave the way for their party's success in these midterms. Over the summer, some glimmers of hope for President Biden. Gas prices dropped and Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act. But now the economy looking bleak again. Inflation remaining high. Consumer prices rose 8.2% over the past year, 0.4% last month alone. Rising prices weighing on household budgets. The Wall Street Journal's survey of economists putting the probability of a recession in the next 12 months at 63%. And another new survey found 76% of adults are making lifestyle changes to prepare for a recession. 34% saying they're delaying purchases like buying a house or car.
Kayla, China's leader Xi Jinping also expected to secure a groundbreaking third term as president. What do you think this could mean for the United States, let alone the world?
So this is a big deal just because no Chinese leader has ruled for more than 2 terms since Chairman Mao, who left office upon his death in 1976. So a third term would solidify a significant grasp on power achieved by President Xi. The United States and China have had a pretty frosty relationship in recent years over issues like COVID, the genocide of Uyghur Muslims, and, of course, Taiwan. This week, China's Communist Party is meeting for a Congress. These meetings happen every 5 years. This is when the party sets its agenda and solidifies leadership. It's looking very likely President Xi will retain his hold on power. Some analysts predict he's even setting himself up for a lifelong rule over the country. During opening remarks on Sunday, the president taking a sharp tone on Taiwan. President Xi saying China reserves the right to use force and all means necessary for reunification, warning against outside influence, an apparent reference to the United States. Taiwan remains determined to maintain its independence. Earlier this year, tensions between the United States and China intensified over House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's trip to the island nation. The Communist Party conducted military exercises around Taiwan after Pelosi left as a show of force. Megan, Patrice.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you.
It is 9:04. Another violent weekend for Baltimore in the books. 5 people have been shot, 2 are dead. This all happened since Friday night. The latest happening just yesterday, soon after 11 a.m. Police say they found a body burning in East Baltimore, and it's now being investigated as a homicide.
Now, this came on the heels of an already violent week. Starting Sunday, October 9th through the morning of October 14th, 17 people were shot, 5 of them killed. The city saw the deadly violence slow down in September, but now it appears once again to be outpacing last year.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from East Baltimore with a closer look at the recent deadly violence and what this means for the city. Olivia.
Yeah, Megan, as you mentioned, the most recent incident happening just yesterday when police found a body burning in East Baltimore, which isn't too far from this police station right here, and they are investigating it as a homicide. We'll go ahead and pull up scene video from the Citizen app when police found that body burning in an abandoned lot late Sunday morning. Baltimore faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason says the community continues to be surrounded by so much death and violence.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today. A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed, living seriously depressed.
The data shows 269 people have been killed so far this year, up from 266 for the same time last year. And October has been particularly grim, with 13 people killed and 8 people dead in the last week alone. But despite what the data shows, Dr. Mason says that he would like to think that things are slowing down, and he just hopes the violence stops. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Along with violent crime, Baltimore City residents are also dealing with quality of life crimes like porch pirates and open air drug markets. Baltimore City State's Attorney Marilyn Mosby is not prosecuting many of these crimes, calling them low level. Now Ivan Bates, the city's likely next top prosecutor, says that policy will come to an end if he wins the November election. Bates, a Democrat, is running unopposed. He sat down with Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost in an exclusive interview last week where he underscored his promise to prosecute all crime.
January 3rd, when I take the office, if the law's on the books, the police have the opportunity to enforce it. Now, how do we do that? That's up to your discretion. I'm not the police. But trespass, loitering, low level, maybe you give a warning the first time, then a citation, and then the third time, you're probably going to have to go to jail.
Bates also telling Fox 45 News that he plans to get squeegee kids off the corner, saying it is not safe for drivers or squeegee kids. He says he doesn't want to give children a criminal record and is willing to find other diversion programs for them at first. But if that doesn't work, he says he will prosecute. Now, Bates admits that he disagrees with Mayor Scott about the laws on the books when it comes to squeegee kids. The mayor saying that squeegeeing is protected speech. Bates went on to tell us that one of his top priorities is making sure that he and the mayor are on the same page when it comes to squeegee kids and on other crime-fighting policies. On Friday, Fox 45 News sent the mayor's office several questions about the policies, including, does Mayor Scott agree that enforcing low-level crime needs to happen? Has Mayor Scott directed Police Commissioner Michael Harrison to tell officers to enforce these laws? And will Mayor Scott allow BPD officers to move squeegee kids from the corners and issue citations if necessary? So far, we have not heard back, but we will continue to press the mayor for answers in the week ahead.
Bates also discussed recent developments in the Adnan Syed case, technology in the city state's attorney's office, and more. Mackenzie's entire 30-minute interview is available right now at foxbaltimore.com.
It is 9:08. We want to get another check of traffic and weather.
That's right. Meteorologist Justin Chambers kicking things off.
Yeah, and we were talking all morning about how the clouds have been around, but right now, look at this shot with the clouds breaking up just a bit, and enough to get some of that sun to kind of break on through to the other side. So our Mile 1 Auto Group cam, that's what it looks like right now. So on your out the door cast, I still have possibly a light jacket, and keep the sunglasses with you. Not really a need for an umbrella. Again, you may encounter a few light showers later today, but not enough where it's going to be downpours or anything like that. Out for your run or your jog in the next couple of hours, low to mid and upper 60s, jogging cast looking pretty good, and you can enjoy it. However, we've got a big cool down tomorrow and Wednesday. The coldest temps of the season so far will be here. We'll break it down coming up in just a few.
It's So Baltimore getting spooky at one of the best all-in-one haunted attractions.
The fright of your life happening at Legend of the Fog. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live in Aberdeen. And it's the first time, Mark, we thought you were a little scared in that last hit there as that guy jumped on the bar behind you.
Well, yes, there's a lot of fright to go around. And, you know, also, I'm here with Megan. And, Megan, this is one of the many scary places in Harford County, right?
Yes, you can definitely come here and get spooked. I already have been.
Yes.
But we actually have a lot of history of hauntings in Harford County. And on our Visit Harford website, you can sign up for one of the walking ghost tours, either through Havre de Grace, Maryland and Bel Air, Maryland. They can take you on an hour-and-a-half long walking tour and show you all of these different spots throughout Harford County that have, you know, real-life ghost stories to learn about and the history of them in Harford County.
And again, I'm talking about not just, again, all of them are just as spooky, just as mysterious. The question is why?
Well, you know, there's so many older historical buildings. You know, I think of the first ones I think of are the Vandiver Inn and the Spencer Silver that are now bed and breakfasts in Havre de Grace, and people are still living in there. And you know, people come to stay, and the ghosts might not like if people are occupying their space, or maybe they are friendly, but you go on the tour to find out and see if, you know, these are some friendly ghosts or some spooky ghosts in Harford County.
So, you know, with So Baltimore, guys, there's a lot of spooky places. And again, I think it's all tied to history and what lurks in the minds and the hearts of people in the area.
I don't like how we got the eye contact there.
Yeah, I don't know. He's been he drank the Kool-Aid there. He's all in for the spooky.
Oh my.
We're going to leave it to you, Mark. If you want more information, if you dare to get out there, it's all on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Relief this morning in Anne Arundel County after a shortage of bus drivers led to some school routes being canceled. The routes that are now being restored as of today.
And Halloween is 2 weeks away, so are those full bags of candy. Coming up, a fitness guide for parents that will help you keep up with those kiddos during trick-or-treating as they go running ahead. Keep going, Teddy. 9/11 now on Fox 45. Good Day, Baltimore. It's 9:14, and we are gearing up for Halloween and getting in shape so we can try to keep up with our little ghouls and goblins on the trick-or-treating trail, which is not easy to do. And that's why we have the one and only Head of Health and Fitness Excellence, Teddy Savage, joining us with a parent's guide to trick-or-treating.
Yes.
And I got the pumpkin. We going to work out with this?
Absolutely. So if you got a pumpkin or if you got one of the kids' buckets, fill it with a little bit of candy, right? Like you said.
I can do that.
Oh, yeah. And don't eat it yet. The ghouls and goblins are running back and forth, and it's a lot of energy, but as parents, we got to be ready.
Okay.
So first, I want you to really get your upper body in the game, okay? So you hold that pumpkin with two.
I feel like mine's heavier than yours.
Slightly. We won't tell
I see how this
anybody,
works, Teddy.
Right, so we got a curl to a shoulder press, okay? Really working, that's right, really working the biceps, the shoulders, and the triceps because, Megan, and you're doing a great job with the pumpkin. As parents, we like to hold those bags and the buckets for the kids, so we got to get the upper body strong.
I like to hold it so I can sneak a piece when they run to the next house.
Okay, that's right. I'm an Almond Joy guy, so you'll never find those afterwards. Next, we got to get the lower body ready, right?
Okay.
So what we'll do is a squat into a press, just like that. Now, I'm going to squat down, making sure my heels are flat, and press that bucket out in front of me. And what this is doing is working the lower body, right? And it's getting the upper body in there because it's house after house after house.
It just seems to keep going.
Absolutely.
And
at least
they
get
pick
10,000.
up steam.
That's right. And so we got to keep up. We got to get lower body muscle strong, but it doesn't stop
We
there.
joke, but when you're carrying the bags and the costumes, you can get hurt if you haven't been exercising and be ready for this.
Absolutely. And kids don't think about that. They just go because they want to fill that bucket with as much candy as possible.
Right.
You know what else we got to do?
What's that?
We got to get the core engaged, okay? So what I want you to do is step forward with your left leg.
Okay.
Take that pumpkin about right here and then twist it over that lead leg and come on back to standing. Step out with the opposite leg, Megan, and twist right over that lead leg. What we're doing here is strengthening our abdominal muscles and our obliques. What this is responsible for is when we get that pumpkin or we get that bag of candy, you can twist it out of reach of the kids. What it's time to say is it's time for sleep, kids. No more candy. So I'm going to twist and use those obliques, right? And make sure that the energy is high.
It's a good stretch, too.
It really is. It really is. And the last one is for the heart, right? Because like we said, the kids are going to be running. It's going to be a sugar rush, and our heart will be pumping like crazy. So hold that pumpkin right here. I'll hold the bucket. We'll hop out, press up, and then hop back in. Here we go. Let's go.
The dress and heels were not quite the right.
3, 4. Now, I want to say this. This Halloween is not just about the kids going and getting all of the candy. As parents, we still got to stay active. We got to be ready. We got to be healthy.
And then when you have one piece of candy, you don't feel as guilty when you've had a good workout.
That's right. I'm going to have 2 or 3.
Teddy, you know I'll be there right there with you. We've got meteorologist Justin Chambers here. What do you think, Justin? We could incorporate this into our morning routine.
I think so. We do our 7:30 stretch. Why not? You know, like put that in there, especially when we get that big, bowl of candy filled up here when we have all the leftovers. So you guys are doing great.
I know. I think we got this.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
You want a pumpkin, Justin? We can get you in on this.
I got some candy for you, Justin.
But I got to work for it?
Yeah, you do.
Absolutely.
That's the whole thing. That's how this works.
You know what? I got to ask Teddy about squats. I've been doing those. And are they good? Are they bad? Like, I mean.
Squats are a compound exercise. So you're going to be working lower body and you're going to be getting the mobility through your hips. There you go.
Yeah.
If you didn't think Justin had mobility in those hips, look at the depth in the squat. That's in the suit, ladies and gentlemen. That's in the suit. But give him that pumpkin.
I was watching Megan Thee Stallion in SNL this weekend. She was doing this. She was doing this a lot.
You're not quite on her level yet,
no,
though.
not there. Yeah.
How about that weather?
How about that weather, Megan? Megan, the anchor, says, let's go to the weather. So, our live cam, good morning to you. We are seeing some sunshine. This is a little bit of a brighter look, guys, from what we saw just a little while ago. We're still going to keep the clouds around for a majority of the day today, but again, we will get these pockets of sunshine, so take advantage of them for sure. Get out and get that exercise in, especially before that cold air rolls in, because tomorrow we're going to be wanting to exercise inside as that cold air will be with us. Now, in terms of our HD radar, not tracking any rain. And again, we may see a stray shower or two later this afternoon as our next weather maker, this cold front, moves from west to east and starts to push toward the area. Not the snow that folks are seeing in Wisconsin this morning. That's Milwaukee right there. And there's some of the lake effect snow bands we're going to see coming off of the Great Lakes over the next day or so. That's why some folks in that part of the country will be getting that little taste of winter. All of us are going to be dealing with that colder air starting tomorrow. It's that Arctic air that's kind of lingering over the next few days. And so we'll tap into that. And you can see that here. These are freeze warnings and freeze watches posted across the country, with most of the Mid-South under freeze warnings tonight. Even here in western Maryland, Allegheny and Garrett counties in with freeze watches, which means that freezing temperatures are going to be possible. As for today, though, before all that happens, mid to upper 60s and even a few lower 70s out there for Baltimore City, down through Dundalk, out through Essex and Middle River. 66 there at Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Mid to upper 60s for Ellicott City and Columbia today, and Howard County, and even down through Anne Arundel County. Close to 70 for Glen Burnie and Pasadena, down through Severna Park and Annapolis. Harford and Cecil counties going to see those mid to upper 60s later today. Great weekend at Havre de Grace there for the Oktoberfest, which I was excited to join with our friends there this weekend. So here's a look at our future scan. The cold front's coming through later this afternoon. Again, that's when we may see a stray shower or two. Overall, though, tonight into tomorrow, we're dry. Late Tuesday night into Wednesday, could actually see some upslope snow right there in some of the Alleghenies. Not looking for much in the way of measurable precip, but you can see that colder air mixing in with that precip. It's definitely going to be cold and feel a little bit of a taste of winter for some of our friends out west. 2 weeks away from Halloween, that's what we got on our Halloween countdown. We're just 25 days away from Veterans Day and my favorite holiday, Terrence the Turkey, 38 days from right now for Thanksgiving. So that's 5 weeks from this upcoming Thursday. Here's that 7-day forecast. After 70 today, it's going to feel like Thanksgiving with upper 50s Tuesday and Wednesday. But look at that, right back to the low and mid 60s Thursday and Friday. And this weekend looks great. We're talking lower 70s for highs, especially for that Ravens game Sunday afternoon. Patrice?
Dan Cox, the Republican nominee for Maryland governor, is in Florida today for a fundraiser with former President Trump. What we know about his Mar-a-Lago event as we count down to Election Day.
A new documentary digs deep into the history of squeegee kids right here in Baltimore. The executive director will join us live to talk about this project. 9:21 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
(924) Stories of Survival. A new documentary is examining squeegee workers and the history of hustle culture within the Black community. The Reginald F. Lewis Museum, in partnership with the Baltimore National Heritage Area, are hosting a documentary screening and a panel discussion that dives into this deep social issue. The executive director from the Reginald F. Lewis Museum, Terry Lee Freeman, joins us this morning to talk about this documentary. Good morning to you. Welcome.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
So, Terry, the name of this is By Any Means Necessary, and it is talking about the stories of the squeegee workers out on the streets. Talk about what we're going to find out in this documentary.
So the documentary really is to provide a little bit more of a holistic perspective on these young people who are really kind of entertaining this idea of hustle culture and working by any means necessary. I think the documentary provides the other side of the story. Too often we only hear one side of the story, kind of the nuisance factor, if you will, around those young people who are squeegeeing. And this particular documentary speaks to this industry, if you will, from the perspective of the squeegee worker.
And what are they saying? What is their story?
Their story is, unfortunately, often stories of very difficult circumstances. Some of the young people are homeless. Some of them are drug addicted. Some of them are just trying to make some additional money because they're responsible for more than just themselves, but for their families. And it's a quick and easy way to make money. Most of them are not at all out there interested in doing harm. They're just trying to figure out a way to bring in some income. And I think often they are othered because they're doing something different than what we think is the right thing to do.
And that leads right to the next question. Why is this so important for people to see this and then to have the panel discussion where we talk about this? And what is it that you're hoping people walk away from this documentary with?
So the mission of the Lewis Museum is to encourage some solutions to difficult situations and to have dialogue, bold conversations about these issues that are ever present in our society. Our hope is that people will be objective and that they will listen and that they will hear these stories. And then we hope that they'll think about, well, what are some of the things we might be able to do to make sure that everyone is safe in these instances? Because we know it's not safe for them to be out there on those corners working, but what are the alternatives for them?
When is the screening, and is it open to anyone? Do you have to sign up to be there?
Yes, the screening is tomorrow on Tuesday, October 18th at the Lewis Museum from 6 to 9 p.m. They can register at our website, www.lewismuseum.org, and they can just sign up, register, come, view the screening, participate in the discussion, post the panel conversation. We're really excited about it, and we're hoping that we can help open up some minds around this issue.
Great topic for discussion. Thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Well, now you can play like a Raven. Straight ahead, the excitement in Owings Mills this morning as a Ravens-themed playground opens. We're going to check out all the amenities.
Former President Donald Trump is hosting a fundraiser for Dan Cox today. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, all the details of that event, plus find out where the polls stand right now.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome back on this Monday. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers in our forecast.
We've got a lot of cloud cover that's out there, but the sun is also starting to break through just a little bit from our Towson camera at this time. And seeing the out the door cast, well, you'll definitely need the light jacket this morning and some sunglasses potentially, because we will see the pockets of sun. Not really the need for an umbrella, not a huge need at least, as we may see a stray shower or two out there later today. So your jogging cast looks like this: low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours. Overall, starting off cool. We're back with your full forecast and the much colder temperatures tomorrow coming up.
It is 9:31. Beyond the podium this morning, we are now 3 weeks out to the November midterm elections, and one of the big races that we're watching is Maryland's next governor.
The faith group Baltimoreans United in Leadership Development, or BUILD, invited Democrat Wes Moore and Republican Dan Cox to talk about housing, jobs, health care, and safe neighborhoods. The group tells Fox 45 News Dan Cox had agreed to attend but canceled yesterday. Wes Moore says he plans to address vacant homes, not just in Baltimore, but across the state.
Of housing blight. Build and plan is exactly right. Where just in the city of Baltimore, there are 15,000 vacants in the city of Baltimore, thousands in Prince George's County. And so if you look at our plan, it does involve, yes, we're going to be using state resources to be able and leverage state resources to be able to address things like the preservation of housing, which right now we have housing that's just purely inhabitable and is dangerous for not just the people who are living in the homes, but also people in the areas and the communities and the surrounding neighborhoods.
Wes Moore says that Dan Cox did not attend the event because he had to catch a flight to Florida to see former President Donald Trump.
Olivia Dance joins us this morning from East Baltimore with more on the fundraiser event that the former president is having for Cox. Olivia.
Yeah, well, today, former President Donald Trump is set to host a fundraiser for Dan Cox at his Mar-a-Lago resort down in Florida. And while the former president has endorsed Cox, current Governor Larry Hogan has not offered his support. And this event comes as Cox is falling behind in fundraising compared to his Democratic opponent, Wes Moore. The two gubernatorial candidates faced off in a hotly contested debate last week. Take a listen.
How would you use your position as governor to impact and improve public safety in places like Baltimore City, Prince George's County, other places where we're seeing crime on the rise?
Yeah, we'd make sure that we're working in partnership with our local jurisdictions.
Well, number one, we wouldn't defund the police, which is what my opponent has sought to do.
How do you feel about the union supporting your opponent?
It's just politics. It's okay, because the officers support me and the sheriff support me, so we're good.
Cox said he would support increasing penalties for repeat violent offenders, while Moore wouldn't answer that question. A recent poll, though, shows Moore with a double-digit lead over Cox, so this fundraiser really comes at a crucial time for him. And several prices are listed on the flyer for today's event, including $25,000 to pose for a photo with Trump and Cox, and over $1,200 per person for a private reception. And we're just weeks away from Election Day, so it'll definitely be interesting to see if the fundraiser today provides a last-minute boost for Cox's campaign. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Olivia. Nationally, a new poll has Republicans taking control of the House after the November midterms. The latest CBS Battleground Tracker poll predicts that Republicans will snag 224 House seats compared to 211 for Democrats. Still, the poll finds that the Republican lead has narrowed over the last two polls in September and August. It says Republicans have been able to win voters who prioritize the economy, but they haven't been able to grow their share of voters. Democrats, meanwhile, have been able to grow the number of people who prioritize abortion issues. Well, here are some key dates to mark down on your calendar. November 11th, that's the big one. That's Election Day. Early voting opens October 27th and runs through November 3rd. Mail-in ballot request forms must be received by November 1st. And remember, same-day registration will be available on Election Day with proof of address. You can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022 right now for more on the upcoming elections.
After a bus driver shortage in Anne Arundel County led to crowded scenes like this one, Some relief is finally on the way. This morning, the district is restoring 37 bus routes that had to be stopped because there weren't enough drivers to keep them running. 7 of those routes will offer students round-trip transportation. 6 will be morning service only, and more than a dozen will handle afternoon transports. School officials also say they're working on getting more passenger vans that can take kids to school. In Baltimore County, the school system is vowing to do better to protect children. Parents have been voicing their concerns after a number of violent incidents occurred across the district, from all-out brawls in the hallways to a student who her family says had to use a baseball bat to defend herself against bullies. Well, after parents stage a rally, school administrators say they won't tolerate the violence.
There is no place in our schoolhouses for aggressive behaviors.
We've strengthened our processes and rules and deployed additional supports to schools.
Baltimore County Council members discussed removing Superintendent Darrell Williams from office back in June due to both the violence and dropping test scores, but Williams was never formally asked to leave.
Now you can play like a Raven. Straight ahead, the excitement in Owings Mills this morning as a Ravens-themed playground opens. We're going to check out all the amenities.
And you're looking at live pictures outside now. Temperatures are going to drop tonight. Meteorologist Justin Chambers will help you plan your week. 9:37, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
It is 9:39 and happening tomorrow. You have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. In fact, all this week we're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. And if you win a prize pack, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show happening on October 28th at the Meyerhoff. So we already gave away today's winner prize pack. Tomorrow's your next chance. Caller number 10 at that point will win the prize pack and be in the running to win tickets to the show. We'll pick a grand prize winner on Friday. You can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
It's 6 games into the season. We're in good position, big picture-wise. Let's get to where we can be and where we need to be, where I think we all can see we should be. It's our responsibility to do it, though, and we got to go get the job done.
It happened. It's over with. We got to move on to the Browns, but
we just can't keep beating ourselves up, because that's what it is. It's not our opponent. You know, obviously, it's NFL team, they're good, but I feel like we just beating ourselves with little mistakes here and there.
The Ravens are waking up this morning after a tough loss against the New York Giants. The Flock had the game in the bag late, all the way to the very end, but they just could not secure the win. The loss for the Ravens definitely stings, just like the losses to Miami and Buffalo this season, where we lost them in the fourth quarter, right at the end of the game. The Ravens are now 3-3, which isn't horrible, but it's just not what it could have been. It's time to start thinking about the next game, though. That's what the players and the coaches are doing. This Sunday, M&T Bank Stadium will be filled with purple pride as they take on the Cleveland Browns. Kickoff is at 1. Happening today, Baltimore County is opening a new Ravens-themed playground to the public.
It is at the Northwest Regional Park in Owings Mills, and check it out. The Ravens donated $500,000 toward the playground. The county and state also pitched in on this. The playground has a challenge course. There is a 40-yard dash, which is pretty cool. There's slides. It can also be accessed with a wheelchair. Ravens players will join County Executive Johnny Olszewski and other leaders later this morning to unveil that playground.
I want to get out there. Well, today is National Pasta Day. Look what's cooking up in our kitchen. If you don't have dinner plans, we've got you covered. A simple recipe you can follow to join the celebration. That's all coming up after the break. 9:42 is the time.
It is 9:44. Explore the world of pasta, whether you're cooking up a salad, a main dish, or dessert. The recipes are pretty much endless, especially because today is National Pasta Day. Brace yourself. Titan Hospitality Culinary Director Daniel Lusak joining us with a special recipe. You're showing us 3 recipes to make one dish.
Absolutely.
What are we doing right now?
Right now, we're rolling out a little bit of dough or sfolia.
Sfolia?
With an old mattarello, or as we used to call it in my house, the get out of grandma's waist.
Yeah, exactly. Do you put flour on this too?
We have a little bench flour you can do, but not too much. The amount of flour you need really gets worked into the dough as you're doing it. We have great big giant machines at the restaurants. At all of our Titan hospitality properties, we have both the struders, which makes the orecchiette, the fettuccine, makes the spaghetti, the mafalde, and these bronze dies come from Italy. There's only a couple of companies that make them, and luckily we have them in all of our locations.
So if we're trying to do this at home, can we still do this if we don't have those?
You can absolutely do that. You can get home extruders. You can also make orecchiette by hand, and we're about to cut some of this by hand.
Okay, I think I could do that. This looks difficult to make.
Well,
you know,
that is, but that's grandma's stuff. Leave that to us.
I was going to say, that's what we're going to do here today is, it looks like fettuccine to me.
It is, but fettuccine and tagliatelle, the difference is there's a mountain between them. The people who are making fettuccine and the people who are making tagliatelle lived on different sides of a mountain, and they've been doing it for 600 years.
Interesting.
And by the time they met each other, said, I'm not calling my fettuccine tagliatelle. So I'm not calling my tagliatelle fettuccine.
So when you make this recipe at home, you can decide what you call it. All right, so put me to work. What can we do here?
So, are you safe with a knife?
You tell me.
Here you go.
All right.
No, hit it. So, no, we're going to go on this one.
Okay.
Right? Give me strips about a half a finger length wide. There
this
you go.
way?
That way. Yes, that
okay.
way. Just run through real gentle. There you
there?
go. That's perfect.
And keep going?
Yes. That's
so while I'm doing this,
I'm going to go ahead and start with moving this sauce around. This is an old school Tuscan ragu. It's got a really bright, spicy cumin, coriander, fennel blend in it, lots of garlic, lots of rosemary.
And we're going to put this recipe on our website too if you're trying to follow along.
Yes. And this is the tagliatelle that we would go ahead and throw in it, but I decided to move it around a little bit because it's a nice time for zucchini right now. So we fire grilled some zucchini and stuffed some tortelloni with it.
Okay.
Which is your next job.
Just zucchini is in there, that's it?
Zucchini, ricotta, Parmigiano Reggiano.
You say it so fancy. I would have said ricotta.
I'm Italian. What can I do? My
All
grandmother would roll over in her grave if I said ricotta.
I love it. All right, so now what?
Okay, that's perfect.
Is that enough? So stop there.
Yes, ma'am. Step away from the knife.
Step away from the knife.
And then we'll have you do this.
Okay.
You're going to fold that over.
And this is actually, if you're watching this at home, this is good lessons to learn because I've always wanted to do this. Then what?
Go like that.
Yeah.
And now you're going to take this part, you're going to fold it in half and bunch it together.
Okay.
So let me press that down for you.
So you kind of trap the good stuff inside.
Yes, exactly. And then you're going to make
trap
a burst.
the good stuff.
The fun thing about
fold it over.
There you go.
And then
go into the center. There you go.
Wrap it.
Yeah, in case this newscasting thing doesn't work out, you've got a job.
Well, I think you're being kind because I don't think that was as great as what you would have done. And it'll stay like that when you put it on?
Well, you give it a little pinch.
Yeah.
In Italian, we say dipline, with a pinch.
Okay. And that's it.
There you go, tortelloni.
We can do this.
Is named for the Venus de Milo's belly button.
Really? See, you didn't know you'd be learning all these facts as we were doing this.
There was a cook in Bologna who apparently saw her sunbathing and was so smitten that he ran into the kitchen and immediately, and as all Italians do, I have to make the food. You know, we made food to represent this beautiful thing that they'd seen. And these tortelloni cook in no time at all.
I was going to say, you dropped it in how many minutes in there?
I mean, it's 45 seconds. You just got to warm the center through.
Okay.
The pasta's got a little bit of egg in it, so it binds it, and we're just going to drop it in the ragu. This is a little non-traditional, because traditionally you'd have the tagliatelle out ragu, but here's the thing. We don't have to be traditional. We can eat however we want. We can do whatever we want.
American Italian.
Yes, and I am Italian American, so that works.
So you've got this, and then how do you serve it up?
You give it a little shake.
You're making this look so easy. Now this I'd probably just stir on there to save myself.
In my defense, I do it for a living.
Thank you for that.
So
it smells
you just go ahead and it's that really heady cumin. It's a great fall ragu.
And this is a great pasta.
The recipe is on the website.
Yes, we'll have this for all of you guys following along at home. And this is great for dinner. I mean, it looks fancy, but we can do that. That was easy.
Well, we just did that, and it's also a great family event to do together. Get the kids involved with it. When I was young, there was a milk crate next to my grandmother in the kitchen at all times, and of course,
I was going to say,
it's Italian food.
I'm going to get a spoon and we'll try this.
Give
Justin a chance to try this as well.
Yeah, you can get the family involved in this. You can have a party, bring your friends over, fold tortelloni, have a good time.
Oh, that's delicious.
Did you eat your piece off a knife too?
I did. I used a knife. I was trying to hurry. That is really good.
Well, it's yours now.
Thank you so much. I know meteorologist Justin Chambers is going to be biting at the bit too. Thank you for that.
My pleasure. Buon appetito and nice job.
Thank you. And Justin, I know your wife is a great cook. I feel like you and I could do this.
Yeah, absolutely, Meg. I mean, it smells amazing in here too, by the way. So enjoy that. And Jess and I have done pasta making days, and he's right. It's very fun to do that at home and very easy as well. So thanks for coming in. And yes, it will definitely be wanting to eat the fall ragu and the pasta and all that stuff to keep you warm, especially especially tomorrow morning and especially on Wednesday morning, some of the coldest air of the season will be here. Before all that happens, we actually have some sun that's breaking out a little bit, as we've been seeing over the last couple of times I've taken these live shots from our Towson camera. So kind of a mix of clouds and sun today. We may still see a stray shower try to pop up within the next couple of hours as this cold front gets closer, but really not tracking much in the way of actual rain right now. This is the next weather maker, this strong cold front coming in from the west, and it's because of this area of low pressure that's bringing a lot of that colder air, bringing wintry precipitation to parts of Milwaukee down through Chicago. Some of that cold air is going to make its way here to us. So we've got record warmth in the western part of the U.S. Meanwhile, you see this big purple area right there. That's the next weather maker. So today, that cold air is still to the west of us, but as that cold front comes in and all of that air drops down from the Great Lakes into the mid-south and mid-Atlantic, that's when we'll see the colder temperatures be realized here at home. And notice all these areas here in purple, southern Illinois, Indiana, as well as parts of southern Ohio, all of Kentucky and Tennessee. They're under freeze warnings for tonight into tomorrow morning. We do have some freeze watches for Allegheny and Garrett counties. Those are posted through early tomorrow morning, so the possibility of some freezing temperatures exists. And this is a look at our futures again. Look at these numbers they're going to wake up to tomorrow morning. Widespread 30s and 40s, about 20 degrees colder than where we woke up this morning. And that's going to continue into Wednesday afternoon or Tuesday afternoon. And then Wednesday morning, very similar setup with 30s and 40s that stay with us as well. So get that golf game in today. Maybe you want to get out there and hit a bucket of balls. And we will see maybe a one-club win this afternoon with the wind picking up and highs in the mid to upper 60s. Even some of us close to 70 degrees for Baltimore down through Annapolis into Laurel. Mid-60s for Westminster across into Bel Air there in Harford County. And you can see over the next 7 days after today, numbers take a big drop with only 50s for highs both Tuesday and Wednesday, and overnight lows in the 30s and 40s. Now, we do get some relief. Thursday and Friday, we're right back to the low and mid-60s, and we've got a spectacular weekend. Last weekend was great. It's going to be another real nice weekend with temperatures in the lower 70s, plenty of sunshine. Great for that Ravens game Sunday afternoon. 10-day forecast. It's coming up. Well, there it is. We've been talking about the last couple of shots there. The sun popping out here for your Monday, and we definitely like seeing that. Temperatures today are going to be near average, right about 70 for some of us, but look at that big temperature drop. We're talking upper 50s into Tuesday and Wednesday, overnight lows 30s and 40s. We do get some nice, a bit of a rebound, especially as we head toward the weekend, looking great. And looking ahead toward next week in our 10-day forecast, notice those temperatures staying kind of in those 60s and really not too bad. We just have to get through this kind of cold snap, which is perfect for ragu.
And funny thing, we gave you a great recipe, but if it goes south, Titan Hospitality is actually offering 50% off their pasta for National Pasta Day. So,
well, and there you go. That way you don't have to worry about doing it. Just let them do it.
Let us do the work. We're happy to do it.
Any other tips for us here?
Tell us the tip you were just telling us in the commercial.
When you're looking for a good quality dried pasta in a store, if you see that sort of white shaly outside, that's the quality pasta. That means that they're using these bronze dyes, and it actually pulls on the pasta as it comes out. And when you cook it, that's what helps hold the sauce. So you don't want a smooth, shiny pasta.
Which is what we said most people would go for, because you look at the white and think, oh, that's bad, that's old, we don't want that one.
No. It's not moldy, it's not dirty, it's not anything. That's quality, that's craftsmanship that you're looking at.
So what's the difference between this and then you said the stainless steel pastas?
The texture of the metal, this holds temperature better. It's easier to actually manipulate the metal when they're making it. There's centuries of experience and wisdom that go into these things. A couple of artisanal companies make them, and no one else in the world. And there's a reason why they're the only way to go.
We learned a lot today.
We did.
It's not just National Pasta Day. That was a lesson.
And how much pasta they make. All right, there you go. I'm going to pass it. Yeah.
I have all I want.
Oh, I get more.
Yes.
Bye. Have a good day.
That is
Getting some more
good.
ragu up in here.